I have no music. Hello? Can anybody hear me? Do ya know me? Hear me? Do ya know me? Yes, they do hear me. Privy. Let me close this. The middle button's not working today. Weird. Hi, guys. Hey, how's it going? How's life? How's your mom? For me, today's been a ride. Hey, Mariner's here already. Dude, you didn't miss it this time. Yeah, gonna be great. Oh man, you cannot believe the grin that was on my face when I discovered this video. I'm telling you, it's gonna be good. Now I just need to fix what I fucked up because I done fucked around with my chat settings. And now it's not as big as it should be. But I am getting a handle on using Restream. I just wish it was much more, well, easier to use. Yeah, it's sushi. Ooh, sushi. Man, you make me hungry and I don't have any money. Not a good thing. All I got is ramen, 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 and more ramen. I have like 2 boxes of pasta left. I have to hope that my interviews went well and that I get a job at least within the next week and a half. Ramen is super flexible. The problem is we don't have any meat. Any of the meat that we have in this house has to be fed to my ma, and all of that food is it's explicitly for her. So I have just been pounding ramen for about 2 weeks now, which is fine because I have a lot of it. Problem is that I eat a lot. I just gotta resize it manually. Well, it's not fixing itself, so I gotta fix it. I'll do this number. That feels like it's not big enough. That feels about right, but not updating. I have thought about it, actually. And what I'm probably going to end up doing, because I tried it the other day and it was fine. It came out great. I'm going to probably start making chicken chili. Because all the ingredients I need, just flour, spices, vegetables to taste for seasoning, potentially legumes, and most importantly, shulkum. Come on. Resize, please. I don't know if you can see that well. Because I'm trying to get the chat so that it's not overlapped. But I feel like that's not big enough. If I do it like this. Go 220. Wait, does that make the chat now? Okay, that's much better. Give it a little test. Layouts are weird, my dude. How do those look? Are your eyes straining at all? Trying to make sure they don't strain people's eyes. That's the last thing I want. Okay. That's as much as I can do. Mess around with that, I guess. Thing I do is drag this up here and then like there's nothing on the bottom. I really need to get around to making like a feature thing that goes into this bottom space here. One day, but not today. Because the problem is I want to drag this down and fill that space, but it's going to overlap the screen. And that's not good. Not good at all. I'd actually bring this over here. That's an option. That's a choice. Like drag myself over here. Don't like that it's there. We're gonna try this. I'm gonna put this here. Then I'm gonna put first. Let me open this on a different screen. Then I'm gonna put live chat. On a pop out. Gonna let me pop it out? No, it looks like it's letting me pop it out. I hate. Oh, wait, no, here it is. Okay. Now, gotta do the thing. Hi, hello. Hi, everyone. I'm still fandangling with things so I can get the chats on the screen. Okay, that's done. That's set. Push that up. And that's first window capture. Get the fourth window capture. Top chat. The way that chat goes, it should function either way. And my other idea is not working out the way I want it to, so that's not going to be there. Put this back over here. And then close that. Initialize this. Boom. Problem solved. I still need to have something there to fill that gap. Go full e-girl, just make yourself super. Oh, bro. No. No, don't do me like that. Speaking of e-girl, this thumbnail right here, this thumbnail got me in trouble today. Somebody, an actual e-girl on the internet today, lost her shit because I called her on a thread that they made. They got very upset and very mad because it was a thread where they were being angry at men. Called me out, claiming your pinned tweet just proves that you're the kind of misogynist. And I'm like, honey, that's a thumbnail, and that thumbnail is a gay man. Ugh. I should have stretched. When I came back, I should have just took it. I should have taken a nap and then I should have stretched. Well, Bad Bunny looks like someone tried to make an anime girl in Oblivion. I will neither confirm nor deny that. Just out of my own safety. Right. I don't think there's anything else I can do. I really should add my things in this box, but nothing. It can't be helped. It can't be helped. Right. There. Is here. Put this right. Where's my stand? Hold on. Gotta have the chat stand right there. And away we go. Oh wait, this is the second part. Away we go.
Sometimes it just gets to be too many damn letters. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, like, it just, you're adding letters on. So, like, sometimes I appreciate it, and then other times I'm like, it's too many damn letters.
Damn, already out the gate. And it's already spicy as I thought it was. Oh, shit. It is kind of... Let's talk about it. Oh, man. Out of the gate, first thing, it's too many damn letters. That's what we're saying, though. Man, it's what the word of the day, everybody, today is gonna be language. Language is important, right? Language is very, very important. Fun fact, I'm not a native English speaker. And language is meant to be used. I spilled water on myself. Language is meant to be used to communicate. When you create so many pieces of language that you can just recontextualize and redefine it on the fly, something's gone wrong. For example, the person I was just talking about. Of course, it's a Twitter argument. And of course, it was stupid. But here's this girl's grift, right? The girl in question was very upset, right? Their entire thread was made to be upset about man. The thread went a little something like this. Let me go open this in another thread. Okay. Their thread went a little something like this. Damn, I can't find it now. I've shitposted way too much. I've shitposted all over the media, and I've lost my ability to find my own shit. Hold on. Ah, okay. Here we go. Oh shit, I can't actually find the start of the thread. Do I have to open this thing? I do. I have to open in a private window. If it wasn't not obvious, this person has blocked basically every single person that has dunked on them. But their thread went like this. Please stop referring to women as females. It's dehumanizing. Women don't like it, and not to mention it's weird to say men and females in the same sentence. Just say women. Majority of the time, when someone says females, the follow-up is deeply rooted in misogyny. It's also grammatically weird. Female is also used as an adjective. Blah, blah, blah. You get the fucking point. This person, after being called out about it by almost men and women, equally clowning them, lost the ability to use words. So, after I called them out and roasted the shit out of them, they got really mad. And they came to me and said, funny how all you say, that all you have is yet, this person, despite being a supposed English speaker, is very incapable of using English. Funny how you say all of that, but you still have yet to have a civil conversation with me and actually ask me to clarify what I meant, through the misandry she was speaking. Because loads of people in my DMs have done that and they no longer see the issue with what I've said. Your pinned tweet featuring a MAGA hat shows your own bigotry and a lack of ability to have a civil conversation without resulting to name calling and putting words in my mouth. Whereas the thing that I said to them explicitly, as a point, just to reference one of my replies here, was, and this is the key bit, you're A-logging, and it's a Kafka trap. Men are blanket misogynists, and everyone who disagrees is a madman in my menchies. You've erased the personhood of women, like Jay Longbone, myself, and people like me, while setting up the ultimate victim narrative and excuse defense. Finishing off with, apply your rules to yourself the same way you're blanketing it on all of us. If men, women, and the rainbow sexuality, read LGBT+, like myself, are telling you the same things, and I could do so without depersoning you, well, I have some news for you. You're not persecuted, you're just an asshole. Now, they sent this message after going to the pinned tweet, which was made for the stream. I have to inform her, Erica, that is a gay man in a Vice video that I'm covering at 6:30, who in that frame is explaining why he left the left wing. You confirmed every single thing that I just said. Seek help, you have brain damage. It was very sad. They got very mad. And then they added more words. They added more things. Then we're not going to cover it. It's not important. Point was, language. Language exists for a reason. Much like how I'm speaking English right now, that's so that you can understand what words I'm using. It's very hard to communicate with people when words change on the fly. The big gay lobby is no different. Now, a perfect example of language being invented that is meant to communicate something, when I say rainbow sexuality, that's just me making up a new way of saying LGBT, because I don't like to say the entire damn thing, because there's too many goddamn letters. It's not because I hate people. It's not because I'm devaluing an experience. It's just because I'm simplifying. It's 3 rules exist for people like me, in general. Language, accuracy, brevity, clarity. If I can explain something in 20 words or less, that is more important than using flowery purple prose language. Doesn't add anything. And I guess people have got to the breaking point. Mariner, you're going Super Saiyan. Stop. No, stop. It is a retarded language, though. It is bad. It is really, really bad. let's keep going. Oh, and if it's too loud, I'll fix that real quick. I forgot to adjust everything after I stopped streaming last. That should be better.
So my name is Ariel.
Oh shit, Blair's there! Guys, look, it's Blair. Right here. Oh, look at her.
My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am going to be moderating the panel. Now, I just want to call something out right away, which is that we tried our best to have as many people from varied backgrounds and varied identities represented here, but of course it is impossible for us to represent every single facet of the LGBTQ community. So we know that, and we just want to call that out. So the first thing I want to ask is, raise your hand if you identify as a member of the LGBTQ community.
Okay, that's just checking things. Also, I find it interesting that there's only 2 men wearing MAGA hats here. I'm not sure if they did that explicitly on purpose, like explicitly looking for people who did not, lockstep go all the way left. I don't even know how many people in here are left, because I know there's other videos where there's black, like they did a video over black liberals debating and talking to black conservatives, but I don't know how many people here are left and or right. So let's allow them to present themselves as it goes on. But a keynote here to keep in mind is, no matter what you feel or say, every single person here self-identifies as being part of the community, right? Which, on top of making the tantrum from the Twitter mob more delicious about this, is that when you look across here, you're left to make some guesses about who's here, what's here, and what to really expect. Who's straight, who's queer, who's not, who's trans. Basic questions that would happen. Language plays a lot into this, because now you're in a minefield and you're walking on very big eggshells. All it takes is one mistake. Depending on where you are, when you are, and where you live, and who you're talking to, all it takes is one mistake. Like that. They can get you. Just a little food for thought while we're going through here. Keep that one in the back of your mind.
All right. Can I have everybody go around and just tell me their names and how they identify?
Sure. Well, my name is Donnie, and I use he, him pronouns, and I identify as a transgender, pansexual, or bisexual man.
My name is Blair. I'm transgender, and I'm a Republican.
Okay.
My name is Caleb. I use he, she, and they pronouns, and I identify as a non-binary queer.
I'm Raquel Willis, pronouns she, her, hers. I identify as a Black, queer, transgender woman.
My name's Sarah Longwell, and I identify as a lesbian.
My name is Jamie. I use they, them pronouns. I identify as a queer, non-binary trans femme. I also identify in the A spectrum of asexuality.
I'm Benji. I'm a guy.
I just had an idea. I need to take notes. Hold on. All right. Need my pillow for support. Okay. Let's go back from the top. The moderator. What was her name?
Have as many call something out right away, which is that we tried our best to
Seriously, like, it just, you add and let us.
be moderating the panel. My name is Ariel.
Ariel. Okay. First person we meet is Ariel.
Pronouns are she, her, hers.
There we go. I misspelled Ariel wrong already from the top. Okay. So, Ariel spelled Ariel with 2 L's. Representative Vice.
And I am going to be moderating the panel. Now, I just want to call something out.
Pronouns.
So my name is Ariel. My pronouns are she, her, hers.
Yes.
And I am going to be moderating the panel. Now, I just want to call something out
she,
right
her,
away,
hers.
which is that we tried our best to have as many people from varied backgrounds.
There you go.
The American.
And I identify as a transgender,
And if you identify as a member of the LGBTQ community. All right. Can I have everybody go around and just tell me their names and how they identify?
Sure. Well, my name is Donnie, and
Donnie.
I use he, him pronouns.
He, him.
And I identify as a transgender.
Transgender. I'm just gonna put trans for short. Or actually, did they specify which?
Pansexual or bisexual.
Transsexual. Pansexual. Bisexual. Man. I'm already noticing problems, so let's keep going.
My name is Blair. I'm transgender.
Oh, almost forgot. Gotta put a big old D for that donkey. And we all know Blair.
And I'm a Republican.
Okay.
She, her. Transgender. Woman. I'm gonna go ahead and put MTF, because that is salient and important. And also, it's going to be important to differentiate later. And R.
Okay.
My name is Caleb. I use he, she, and they pronouns, and I identify as a non.
Okay. Caleb with a K. Progressive. What was his pronouns again? Blair normally doesn't say their pronouns, no. Because I know who Blair White is, I know what the pronouns are. But you're right, she didn't say. And that's going to be part of the reason I'm writing these things down. We're gonna get there, though. We're gonna get there. Let's keep going, though.
Binary queer.
Okay, that's binary queer. And pronouns were...
They pronouns, and I identify as a.
Come on.
They pronouns, and I identify.
So hard.
Pansexual or bisexual man.
My name is Blair. I'm transgender, and I'm a Republican.
Okay.
My name is Caleb. I use he, she, and they pronouns.
He, she, they.
pronouns, and I identify as a non-binary queer.
Non-binary queer. And they are progressive. We're gonna go ahead and put a P.
I'm Raquel Willis, pronouns she, her, hers.
Raquel. She, her.
Identify as a black, queer, trans.
Black. Queer. Trans. That's not how you spell trans. That's how you spell trans. Trans.
Transgender woman.
Woman. As far as it goes for passing, I don't know. So I'm going to put down MTF and I'm going to put a question mark. And did they specify politics?
Pronouns she, her, hers. I identify
Also a progressive.
as a black, queer, transgender woman.
My name's Sarah Longwell, and I identify as a
Sarah Longwell. Does not specify because they say they are lesbian, but we were going to assume that they are assuming womanhood, so we shall put down she, her. Please hold your memes till the end. But yes, I did assume. Lesbian. Large capital L. L. They are conservative. Gonna go ahead and just put a big C2.
lesbian.
My name's Jamie. I use they, them pronouns.
Jamie. With a Y. Oh, that's EY. Excuse me. Dyslexing up again. They, them.
Identifies as a queer, non-binary trans femme.
Queer, non-binary trans femme. Gonna go ahead and put NB for there. Trans femme, not the same as trans woman.
I also identify in the A spectrum of asexuality.
Ah, they are also asexual. Can't forget that. I believe they were progressive.
Jamie, I use they, them pronouns. Identifies as a
Yes. What does queer even mean in this context? I thought sexuality wasn't a literal lifestyle. So far, I have 1, 2 people who have identified themselves as queer. Caleb identifies himself as a NB queer, and Jamie has identified himself as a queer NB trans femme asexual. Now, looking at Caleb's definition, non-binary queer does make sense if we're using the consistency of the logic here. Because if they're non-binary, that means that they do not constrict to male or female. Therefore, queer means they're somewhere out there on the spectrum. However, with Jamie, we've got queer, non-binary, trans femme, asexual. This is very interesting. Queer, non-binary checks out. Trans femme. Femme, relating to female, relates back to the binary of male-female, and transitioning is transitioning from something to something else. So, queer, non-binary, trans femme doesn't make sense, because if they are trans femme, they are transitioning from something to feminine. Now, I can make sense if it's asexual, but by including queer, non-binary, this quite literally divides into zero. I'm sure this makes sense to them, but this is a head scratcher, and we're not even all the way in. I'd say this is a mess unknown to humanity, but the computer code exists, though. You and me both, dude. You and me both. We're not even done yet, though.
Queer, non-binary, trans femme. I also identify in the A spectrum of asexuality.
I'm Benji. I'm a guy, and
Oh, my chest. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it's delightful. It's the way he said it. It's the way he said it. Okay. Benji. He is a guy. So we're going to assume that he is implying he, him.
I'm an American.
And he is an American. Truthfully. That's a good one to identify.
Ooh.
My name is Paul. I identify as
Paul. And I believe that also said he was a Republican. Okay, Paul.
a gay American male.
Gay American male. He. Him. Gay. American. And he is a Republican.
My name's Zachary Zane. I use he, him pronouns, and I identify as bisexual and queer.
Well, I'm gonna just... I should just put Zach, but we're gonna put Zachary. Only fair. Zachary. I believe he said he, him. Let me double check.
Gay American male.
My name's Zachary Zane. I use he, him pronouns.
He, him.
And I identify as bisexual and queer.
Bisexual, queer. And they are Democratic.
I'm Brandon Strock, and I'm a gay man.
Brandon Strock. You got me in trouble, Brandon. I'm not happy with you. Okay. I'm going to assume he, him. Okay. And Republican.
David Valbrand, she, him, his, identify as.
David. He, him.
As a cis, same gender loving man.
Cis gender loving man. Cis gay I didn't get what he was.
I'm Brandon Strock, and I'm a gay man.
David Valbrand, she, him, his, identify as a cis, same gender loving man.
Oh, wait, I wrote that down wrong. Cis same gender loving man. He is a liberal.
Hi, my name is Lucy. I'm a lesbian.
Lucy, and she's a lesbian. Smythe. Okay. Her. Lesbian. And Republican. Okay, so if we go by name, we can almost kind of tell some things. So we have here 2 Democrats, 4, 5 Republicans, 3 progressives, 1 conservative, and 1 liberal. Majority, actually no, I take that back, not a majority. This might actually be equal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 people, so half the people assembled, identify strictly with he, him pronouns, and of those men, assuming that, if we assume that Benji is the only straight man there, because they did not identify, if we assume Benji is the only straight man, so far, 2 men would have identified strictly as gay men, while one of which is kind of surfing the line, specifically as a non-binary queer, while the other, Zachary, identifies as a bisexual queer. So we have an abundance of gay. We have an abundant, well, not an abundance. We have 2 lesbians. We have 3 queers. We have some trans. And if I am assuming correctly, 1 straight. Not bad of a spread. But as I already said, we can see some very simple disparities in language here. Because of the use of things like black queer along with trans woman, or queer non-binary trans femme asexual, along with, well, just generally things like they them pronouns, we can figure out that if you identify yourself as non-binary, you probably should use they. However, Caleb chooses to use both he and she, which phonetically, when you know that you're referring to them, makes sense, but if you're not, using they can easily confuse them with another person on the list, Jamie. And then, when you get down to just the identifications of he and him, that gets worse. Because outside of Blair, you have Donnie, who identifies with he, him, but also identifies as trans, pansexual, and bisexual. That's a whole quagmire by itself. And then from there, it gets easier because other people choose to identify themselves simply. David identifies himself obviously as cis gay, but he says cis same loving man. Now, I could be sardonic and make a point of hammering that, but it's quite literally the same thing as saying that you're gay. So between David and Brandon and Paul, and still kind of question mark Benji, you have 4 people, one of which is the one who outright says this shit is just too goddamn complex. Potentially bringing up the position of what I'm going to go ahead and call as logical. So we have the logical people, and then we have illogical people. And as we go through, we'll go to and get to the don't care position. I'll be right back, though. I gotta go do something. Sounds like one of my coworkers bless this brother. Bless this brother indeed. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Okay. Alright. So, where did I leave off? Ah, yes. So, we have a list now. We have a list of people. We have a list of who they are, what they identify as, and as we go through, we're going to figure out who exactly is making sense of all this and who is just lost in their own understanding. It's gonna be very weird, but we're gonna get through it.
Okay, so it's Pride Month. Who here thinks that Pride is still relevant? Is it still relevant? Is it useful? Is it important?
Yeah.
Hold on. New page. First question. Is Pride important? Month in quotations. Or not quotations, but parentheses. Since the question was, is Pride important?
I think it's more so relevant for people in other countries in which being gay is illegalized and you can face jail time or worse, death for being gay. And I think here it's more of a party, which is fine.
Yes! Yes! Yes, Blair. So, first question off the bat. Is Pride important? Yes, but mostly more in third world countries. Why is this important? Well, in a country where if you try to show pride, you're going to be thrown off a roof and be given a free helicopter ride, or where you'll be happy and able to express your true self if you per se are trans, but it'll be because they will force you to take gender reassignment surgery, like in China or in Dubai, anywhere in the United East Emirates and the Middle East in general. Pride is important over there, most of all, because we don't need it here in the first world country. That's my opinion. Now, you can have your opinion to say, yes, it's important here too, because, and, but I want to make that clear. For me, I think it's not as important here to jump off of Blair's point. Because in the third world country, they don't have human rights. And over here, there are so many rights that you start asking yourself, where's the line? Because that's how I feel. More so, Blair.
Not against parties, but I think it's especially important for people living in other countries.
Zachary, your brow is very furrowed.
Yeah, I don't think we should underestimate the power it has to have certain young queer people just to see other people be visible, to be welcome and part of a community. Maybe not necessarily as important in cities like New York, where I feel very comfortable expressing my queerness, but especially in other places across America where they don't have that large of a queer community, where being queer isn't as visible. I think it's really important to still have pride for those people.
Okay, good point. Visibility. So that's a yes and. And visibility is actually very important. It's a very good point. Because if you're a young person, young or old, really, if you're a young or old person and you do not know what pride looks like, if you don't know what it actually looks like to be comfortable in your skin being a thing, and you don't have a template to work off of, you will want to have one, because then looking at them and imitating them would then give you something to work from. Because if you have something to look up to, if you have a standard, then you can have a deviation from the standard. It's much like the binary. If there's male and there's female, and you deviate from male-female, whatever exists from that deviation needs to have a proper representation. If it doesn't have a proper representation, you can't make sense of it. I feel like this is going to be a problem when we get to defining what queer is, because I know they're going to bring up that question. But visibility, that's a good point. Iran. I'm not sure what I know that in context is. Just seeing the word Iran. Oh no, I know what that's in reference to. Yes, Iran too. Iran is also a perfect case example of a country that needs and does not have human rights for the rainbow sexuality.
And I also think it's important because in this day and age, we've had...
Oops, which one is that? David. Yes, and?
What about 5 black transgender women be murdered in the past couple months? And so we do need to actually have
11.
those visible... 11, yeah. So it's even more than that. So it's one of those things where if we don't...
I wish I had Sophia here so that I could have her fact check that. We're just gonna take that on its face. Yes, and because of trans murders, I'm not sure if that's his full answer. We'll leave that open-ended for now.
Have these images out there, we don't have these options for people to realize and understand that they're not alone, then all they see are these traumatic experiences and all the discrimination and oppression that is still happening in this country. It's not just in other countries.
I'm going to just claim the mantle.
Okay. So, yes, and because trans murders / visibility. Well, I wouldn't exactly say that's a problem of visibility. He's expressing not visibility, but the sense and awareness of trans murders and of discrimination in general. I may have to get up periodically to go back to the kitchen and check the boiled eggs that my mother wants, so keep that in mind if I just randomly get up and walk. David.
As the senior spokesman of the group, but I went to my...
The elder gay has appeared. So I can go back there. Is that Paul? Here, Donnie, Blair, Caleb, Raquel, Sarah, Jamie, Benji, Paul. Yes. Let's go ahead and affect that. The elder queer. Or the elder gay, rather.
My first gay bar in 1977 in West Hollywood. There were actually bars and restaurants on Santa Monica Boulevard that had signs in front that said no faggots allowed. It was a very different place. I think Pride today should really embrace the changes that we've made over these decades. Because
was that a yes but? Oh, I don't know how the diatribe is gonna feel about this one, fellas.
Because we've made it a more inclusive society to the point where I think we're one of the most protected groups, I know from an employment standard in history. So I'd like to see Pride really take on a different sort of approach and celebrate what we've overcome.
Okay. Yes, but let's dial it back. Bold statement. It's bold strategy, everybody. Let's see how it develops. How you feeling, chat? Those transgender violence figures might in fact be accurate. See, I'm not. I asked the question because I know after watching Sophia's video that there is a number of there's a number of deaths in the statistics, where some of them are either self-inflicted, or they are legitimate murders, or they are I'm forgetting the person's name, but there was one that was a takedown by the police because they were armed with a weapon and they kept approaching the officers that were trying to detain them. And then there is another case that was a person who just died in their sleep from natural causes. I would prefer to go through the numbers and check them just to double check and make sure, because if Vice is trying to sell some bullshit to get some sympathy points, I'm gonna be mad. And so should you. But we're not there yet, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's just listen and believe, everybody. Let's just listen and believe, and we'll find out. Take a second to go check on the O's. Joe, check on those eggs. Make sure Stephen Molody didn't steal them. The eggs are secured. Okay. I have to wait until she prepares her thing, and then she's gonna call me back again. It's gonna be a process.
In your opinion, do you think that we're done working on equality within the LGBTQ community?
Damn, that's a big question. Are we done with equality? Within, I'm gonna go ahead and put rainbows. I'm gonna go ahead and put RS for rainbow sexuality because I'm gonna get tired of writing LGBT over and over again.
Is there still a fight to fight?
Yeah.
Is there a fight? I mean, just speaking for myself, there is a fight, but the fight that I think should be fought is not the fight that many people want to fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm from a small town in Texas, and where I'm from, people do not accept me being gay, me being queer, me being gender expansive or anything. And I was raised 2 hours away from where Malaysia.
Let's see here. Yes, because people do not respect them. Oh, I shouldn't say people do not respect them. I should say still do not respect them. And before anybody accuses me of, you have unpersoned them. That is Caleb speaking, and they explicitly identify with they pronouns. So that would be they, them. It's Caleb, spelled a weird way.
Which black trans woman in Dallas, Texas, was killed. So I don't think that the equality that we want to see, the equality that we should see, is actually happening in America now.
I'm sorry, could I ask a question? Because I think this is really important and relevant. I feel like the majority of people who feel like they're still struggling with lack of equality are people who are identifying as queer. I don't identify as queer. That does not define me. That's not a word I want to be called as a gay man. So what I'd like to know is, what is the definition of queer? For the people who identify as queer, what does that mean?
I've always known it as a
He's
slur.
the model.
Okay. This is a very important question that was just asked, because this is going to start some shit, and I know it is. Especially considering what Blair just said. Shit. That's Brandon? Yes, Brandon. Okay. Brandon posed a very interesting question. This man literally just walked out here and just said, "What's queer really?" In fact, this is so important, I think I'm gonna make a Twitter poll about it. Hang on to your butts, folks. Hey, Amy. Alright. Go ahead and get this Twitter open. Live poll. from Restream. I'm gonna pause it real quick. Stream link. What is queer really? Let's see here. Blair White said it was a slur. It's a slur. It's an identity. And I think the other option in this case would be it's a word. And then it's anything you want. I'm going to set this for, I don't know how long I'll be doing this, but let's be fair and set it for 4 hours. Back. Go ahead and vote on that poll, everybody. Alright. We're going to let that thing percolate in the back. And I'm also going to pin that. Who is message requesting me on Twitter? Oh, that's tactical. Okay. Yeah, if you're trying to post a link in the Twitch stat tactical, I did not see it. If you're gonna send me a link, send it directly to me, because I set up my bots specifically to stop people from trolling, and sadly the side effect of that is that it will destroy any person who tries to link things in chat until I moderate them, and sometimes even still then. Okay, you need S Monroe emotes. One day, Mariner, one day, but not today. All right, though. This man said, "What is queer really?"
Right.
No, I just don't know how to have the discussion if we don't establish that. Like,
That's a good conversation. That's a good point.
Let's see here. Let's write this down. Slur.
Who here identifies as queer? Raise your hand.
Okay. And double check that right there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Donnie identifies as queer. So, that's gonna go in there. We already got Caleb. Raquel's there. Jamie is there. That's Zachary. Zachary's there. 5 hands. Also, make sure we don't leave it out. In our category for our first confirmed sensible person, we have Paul. taking his right as the elder gay. It's only fair. And then we have Zachary heading into a straight up position, leading as his number 2. This might get him excommunicated off the island, but we don't know yet.
Okay. For the people who didn't raise their hands, why? What are your thoughts and feelings on the word queer?
We were talking before, and we said like queer was supposed to be like a put down or a diss. You know what I mean? I look at it myself. It's a regular red-blooded American gay guy. I don't really see.
Okay, so that knocks out the possibility of there being a straight. Benji is 100% gay. And so far, under It's a Slur. I should make a table for this. Under Slur, we have Blair. And now we have Benji. I love that he said red-blooded American male.
Why have to be all these other letters and all this other stuff added to it? I mean, no offense to anyone, but it sounds a little bit nuts to me. I don't understand why we have to be all this.
All right. Benji goes into the logical category. I'm not sure if they're doing it on purpose, but the face that Raquel and Donnie are making. I taste some sodium.
Other stuff, like why can't I just be gay and be happy with that? Or why do I have to look at, if I'm not, queer or binary, whatever, then I'm like privileged in some way. And it's like, I'm from the hood just like anybody else. Where's all this privilege I'm supposed to have coming from? Because I don't have it. It really is. And I'm gay, it's hard to keep up.
I think we're gonna go ahead. She was already there, but just to make sure that I'm keeping track, Blair goes in the logical category as well.
My issue is not what you identify as, it's when you try to tell me what I should identify as. And if I say that I'm queer, non-binary, or if I say I'm a shoe, that's my business. And I don't think that...
I'm sorry. My Twitter brain damage just conked out for a second. Say that one again for me, fam!
Identify as is when you try to tell me what I should identify as. And if I say that I'm queer, non-binary, or if I say I'm a shoe, that's my business. And I don't think...
It's not that he didn't make sense. It's that I didn't think he said shoe. I also need to go get my eggs. Can't let the big bad Eggman take my eggs. Okay, so I'm going to put a question mark by Caleb.
Telling you what to identify as.
I'm just responding. What I'm saying is that people...
Actually, scratch that. We're going to put him in the logical category. We're going to have to talk about it, too. The thing that makes me perk up my ears and go, wait, hold on, wait a minute, what is... Benji did not attack Caleb, but Caleb feels personally attacked. What does this tell us? What does this tell us, chat? Because I can tell you what it tells me. It tells me that Caleb has attached themselves more to the word than to the identity. Because if we go with what I'm going to put down here, as what I put inside the poll, which, what did I put inside the poll? I have to keep the window open. I have too many of them open. If we go by what I put in the poll, we have, it's a slur, it's an identity, it's a word, and it's anything you want. So we have slur, we have ID, we have word, and then we have anything. For Caleb, it is his identity. And the reason this perks my ear up is because when you define queer as an identity, the identity does not really have defined qualities. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about language. And also that language needs to make sense and that you need to be able to have an agreed definition on what it is. Because in Caleb's definition, Caleb uses it as an identity. In Benji's opinion, he sees it as a word. Because he sees it as a word, it's a word for which it has no power over him. It has no power to him. It's his opinion that it's a thing. It's literally a thing. Right? So, if this is Benji's opinion, and they're in an open, safe space, why does Caleb feel attacked? Because if Benji's opinion is, I don't understand, and Caleb's response is, well, if this is what I say I am, that's what I say I am. How does that solve anything? Because Caleb identifies himself as a non-binary queer, while also identifying themselves as he, she, they. If they are all things at all times, and they change as freely as the wind, it's easy to see how a person would get confused. As much as I am confused. As much as our boy Benji is confused. As we've said, as I already said at the beginning of this, all it takes is one fuck up. All it takes is one. Let's see what happens next. Wrong screen.
People who say that queer is what you said offensive. My thing is like, why does it matter what I identify as? It's my identity.
You're claiming it's the source of your oppression.
No,
So since it's the source of
Whoa! Whoa! Shit! Brandon came out swinging. That's not even an option. That's not even an option I put on the word. But shit, I think I should have put that in the poll. So, source of oppression. That is an interesting viewpoint. Let's see what happens.
No, that's what you heard. What I said.
Sorry, what do you mean by that, Brendan? I think you should expand on it a little
Well,
bit.
I'm noticing that the people who say that they're still victimized and oppressed here in this country are the people who are identifying as queer, non-binary, gender fluid, all these different things. What is it? What does queer mean? So we can in order for me to support you or not support you, I need to understand you.
Have you read up on the word queer? Have you Googled it?
Yeah, have you?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Right.
The definition.
It is very interesting that as they are speaking, you can see the short circuit go through the brain there for a second. Caleb did it. What was there? Ariel did it. Brandon did it. They wanted to cut each other off because they hit them each other. They hit each other with those thought terminating cliches. You know, did you look it up? Did you Google it? Do you know? Are you up to date on the facts, on the stats? But yeah, so put a line there. Include Brandon. I'm not sure what to call that category. We're gonna put Brandon in it. It's interesting that that was the one that lit the powder keg. Who knows what Dave is gonna say next? Let's find out.
In the dictionary is a whole laundry list of derogatory terms, which I think are apt. I think it's an insult. I think it's a slur. I think it's low rent. I think it's embarrassing. I think it's degrading. I think it's demeaning.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we get it.
It means weird in the dictionary, and if we're trying to get to a place where we normalize our community, I don't think labeling us as weird is really the right way to do it.
And maybe that's why you're not accepted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so don't have to have that category there. Brandon definitely goes directly into the slur. Actually, no. He goes into the anything category. No, actually, no. He goes into the word category. Because he doesn't address it as specifically negative. Also, look at the fucking salt. Look at the salt on his face. Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! But, Brandon hits us right out the gate with the hardest take. Not just, what is queer really? But then to say that it is the source of Caleb's oppression. Those are fighting words right there, folks. But he does define it by saying that it is first a word, and then it becomes whatever the person defines it as. There are other people who define it as it being a slur. Blair reiterates that she thinks that it is something that in the dictionary is labeled as weird, and if we want to have a community accepted, we should not define ourselves by the dictionary. That's actually fair, because that is very true. You should not define yourself by the definition of words in a dictionary if you use words differently. However, if you're going to use the same words as everybody else, you have to be aware that you have to explain what you mean when you do that. If I call myself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because I use that as a way to say, my clothes is fitting nice today, I need to explain that. Otherwise, when I say I look like a peanut butter sandwich, well, fill the blanks.
Sorry.
Perhaps that's why you're not accepted.
Brendan wants to know, how do you define the term queer? Now, from what I understand, different people view the word differently. But is there somebody here who would like to volunteer some kind of definition?
I would love to share. I think the term queer, like, you have the right to feel that it is offensive because that's a fact. We know that it was used offensively as a slur for decades, forever, and probably in still some circumstances today. But people reclaimed it as a word that was more expansive of their experiences, right?
Okay, so we have a word that was reclaimed. Well, we're going to go ahead and put Raquel in the anything category.
For a lot of people, gay doesn't fit. For a lot of people, lesbian doesn't fit. Like, these terms were a little bit restrictive when it came to them talking about their identity, who they were attracted to, what they were into, all of that. And also from a gender standpoint, right? There are a lot of people who don't fit into what we consider a binary, right? This like man, woman kind of idea, right? So queer is an umbrella term. It is expansive.
I still don't understand really. It's supposed to be an umbrella term.
Who's not free?
But then when it becomes everything.
Oh, sorry. Did he just hit us with some good salt? Did he just say Google is free?
It's expansive.
I still don't understand really. It's supposed to be an umbrella term.
Who's not free?
But then when it becomes everything, then it's kind of nothing at the same time. I still don't have a clear definition of what someone's queer means.
Yeah, you defined what it's not, but you still haven't defined what it is.
I talked about this myself the other day, actually, in my video, in my target Tory video, in the later section of the video, when I am trying to express the defined definition. I need a bowl. Hold on. My ramen's still in this, but I need to put these eggshells somewhere. In my Target Tory video, when I was talking about cancel culture and my immediate dislike of people who talk about it and try to define it, the way that they are describing queer is the same way I feel about cancel culture as a whole. Because it's the same problem, exacerbated in two different ways. Namely, cancel culture is used as a catch-all term for things like public shaming, which is not the same as cancel culture. And both problems get defined by what they aren't, not what they are. You could say that you know it when you see it, but using the old definition standard of porn for something like public shaming and harassment, that does work, but for something that's, like this, it doesn't. Everybody can have a definition of the same word and apply it differently, which then leads to the confusion which we have experienced so far. Which is why it's so important to have an agreed definition. If you don't have an agreed definition, well, what do you have other than chaos? How do you feel about it, chat? Alright. Keep going.
Honey, you seem to have some thoughts on this.
Sure. So when I think of the term queer, I tend to think of somebody who is either not cisgender or not heterosexual. That's my impression of what
gay or
queer
trans,
means.
which is already in the
Right.
You can be
acronym.
those things also, but see,
So what's the difference?
Well, let me explain, and I'll see what I can do for you. So, for my experience as previously a lesbian woman, before I came out as a transgender man, I used the word gay, I used the word lesbian, I used the word woman to describe me before I realized that that wasn't actually accurate. Now, I am a transgender man who is married to a cisgender woman, so people would say I'm a straight man, but I'm not straight because I lived as a lesbian for 20 years before I came out as transgender. Also, I like people of all genders, so what the heck do I have to call myself now? Do I call myself a former lesbian, bisexual / pansexual, transgender man in order to not use the word queer? Absolutely not. It's
Do
one
you feel like when
syllable.
you use the word queer, people know that you are all of those things, that suddenly it becomes crystal
I
clear to
think
people?
what's more important to people is that they know what I'm not. And they know that I'm not a cisgender heterosexual.
I want to.
That is an interesting philosophy. I'm gonna go ahead and put that one down under idea or identity for Donnie. Because despite the fact what he just said might not make sense when you listen to it, it does actually make sense when you think about it. In the context which we're in, which is they are trying to define what queer is and what it isn't, in an identity, in the context of identity, if a person identifies themselves as queer, and you ask them what does that mean, it is faster for them to define what they are not than for them to define what they are. Because then, if they define what they aren't, it helps you understand who they are personally. Because if they don't fit in a nice and neat box, it can become frustrating. Now, of course, an easy method is to do what I've done, which is just start referring to people not specifically by their identities or by pronouns, but specifically by their name, and address them by using the royal you, but that's me. Completely navigates that problem. Because now, instead of trying to define them by how they present themselves, I define them by their personal traits. Who knows? It could be the way forward. But, still open to a myriad of problems, especially when you have a breakdown in communication.
Sort of expand this conversation a little bit more. Do you feel represented by the acronym LGBTQIA+? If you
No.
Oh boy. Ooh. That's another one entirely. We're gonna get back to this one. Turn the page. Do you feel represented by the acronyms? Oh boy, this one's gonna cause a lot. By the acronyms.
could raise your hand if you do. If you feel represented by.
Nobody raised their hands. That's a resounding no.
By the acronym LGBTQIA+.
In some ways.
I mean,
Okay,
maybe.
all right.
Yeah.
Just on the simple, basic level of like, there's a T in it, and I match that. But that's a superficial sort of thing. There's
Okay.
much more to me and everyone here, I think.
Exactly.
I think there's an irony because I'm hearing the people who seem very more opposed to queer are also the same people who are opposed to having all the additional letters in the alphabet.
100%.
And since queer, then this goes back to Donnie. Since queer is being more inclusive of those other letters in the alphabet, I don't necessarily love all the letters in the alphabet. That's why I like the word queer. So I can have this one word that is more inclusive of everything. So I feel like you either can't
Which
necessarily
still
be.
remains to be defined.
Yeah,
no one can define the word.
I thought I did.
I
It just
mean,
means
I'm pretty sure
No,
I
everything
you
did.
really didn't.
So
It is
but
the
an easy
absence of
definition
cisgender.
would
That's already devolving into arguments, and I love it. But we got something there. We actually did get a definition from somebody. Queer, for them, is the absence of cisgendered.
be
is
anybody
the
who's a
T.
gender or
That is the
sexual
T.
minority,
To say
right?
Say again?
Anybody who's a minority based on their gender or sexuality,
But
right?
that already is covered in LGBT. What
yes.
happens is when you add all these letters, it dilutes the message of LGBT in the original fight that we're all talking about. And it makes it harder for people that were actually fighting for
Are
their
there some
acceptance
people
to
who
understand.
appreciate having.
There's a Dave Chappelle joke in there somewhere. But rather than dilute it, you should just watch Sticks and Stones.
LGBTQIA+ be a thing that exists? Do they feel like it helps them be seen or their friends be seen? Anybody here
So no one
at all?
but y'all.
It's not a
Sometimes
damn
it just gets to
soul!
be too many damn letters.
It's a
You
lot.
know what I'm saying?
It's a
Like
lot.
seriously, like it just you adding letters on. So like sometimes I appreciate it, and then other times I'm like, it's too many damn
And
letters.
who
Like.
decides?
Which is why
That's the
queer
other
is
thing.
good,
But
because
this
then you
is which is why
incorporate.
queer I think is a good option. And if someone says I use queer because I don't want to use all the and I don't actually fit under all those letters, then to
think-
me it's a good option.
We're technically LGBTQIAAP2 LGBTQ+.
that's
We are not.
It's
Maybe y'all are.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's
Maybe
the full
y'all are.
acronym. So like to say like, no, I'm supporting you in this and saying like, yes, this is a lot, and I do understand that.
Benji?
And I for certain definitely don't feel represented by it because I come, I'm Republican, conservative, Trump person. So all that stuff I already see is just not for me. I'm not invited to barbecue. I'm not invited to the ball. I'd rather have $25 drinks at Trump DC anyway. What I'm saying is that whole thing, I feel like when you're a conservative, none of that it affects me at all. I just look at myself as an individual. I mean, I'm a gay man, I'm open, I'm proud. I've never been, in the closet every day in my life. But I just feel like when you put all those letters and all those constraints and all these professors are telling you have to think like this and do this and be that it doesn't represent just a regular guy trying to live his life like me. I don't feel represented by rainbow flag, any of it. I feel like back in the day, I did, but I feel like now that everything's so politicized that there's really no room for anyone who's conservative and gay. Like even for like Pride, where am I gonna go? You know what I mean? I don't have any plans, I'm not going anywhere, but where would I go without, being, kicked out of somewhere or God forbid you wear one of those red hats somewhere and it's like you're a victim. So I just feel like the whole spectrum just totally has nothing to do with me as an individual.
Hey! Benji's fucking saying truth, guys. I haven't really got across anything yet. We haven't fairly declined everybody in this position. So let me start checking off names. Blair is based. Benji is based. Zachary is based. And Paul is based. Caleb is not based. But everybody so far is... They're making progress, everybody. They're making progress.
I think that it is clear from the people who are here that the LGBTQ community is not a voting monolith. So I would love to know, who here identifies as a Democrat? If you could raise your hand. Okay, 2 people. All right, who here identifies as liberal? Okay, a couple more. All right. And
Merritt, I saw that. I don't know why it's not updating on the stream. Or maybe it is. Oh, no, it is. Okay, I was just missing things in chat. I'm sorry. Like, can you just talk to him about the things they actually care about? Let's run Rose video on why this doesn't work. No, Mariner, you don't have to point it out. I think everybody knows about it. That's a logical point, and then Q covers everything that LGBT doesn't. Thought we wrap back around to what the fuck is an NB trans, and what's the point of transitioning if you aren't either gender? And then you go Super Saiyan. How does your total ass not fit? Understand those 4 fucking letters? It's entitlement, isn't it? Asked Frozen Binary Dev, or at least 5. The fucking NyQuil Q. No, Negro, I disagree. Oh god, I swear. When I get emotes, you are gonna be the first emote. You.
And who here identifies as Republican?
Alright, go through the list again. That should be 4 R's. Right? 1, Benji. 2, Paul. 3, Zachary? Or am I confusing the other guy? Oh, nope. I was confusing Zachary for Brandon. So yes, 4.
Okay. Who identifies as conservative?
Wait. Hold on. Brandon identifies himself as conservative. And so does Paul. And Benji. But Ben knew about Benji. And also Lucy. Wait, is her hand up? Yes. Sarah's hand is up. And I already wrote her down. Let's see where this goes, folks.
Okay. folks who are conservative and
Wait,
Republicans.
did somebody else have their hand up?
Okay. Folks who are
Okay, Blair was just she was doing a thing with her hair. Okay.
conservative and Republicans. If you don't mind, who did you vote for in the last elections for president?
Oh shit, this is about to get wet and wild, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Do you feel represented by the acronyms? Resounding no. Oh shit. Who did you vote for in 2016? Oh god. All right.
Trump.
So, we've got Trump. Was that Blair's voice?
Republicans. If you don't mind, who did you vote for in the last elections for president?
Trump.
Yes, that was Blair's voice. Blair for Trump.
I voted for Donald J. Trump.
We have we have Benji for Trump.
Okay.
And I'm going to do it again.
Oh shit! Benji, stop it! Benji, no, Benji, no, please! You're the best one here! No! They're gonna come for you! No! Not my Benji! Benji, please! Please, hide your power level!
Donald J. Trump.
Oh, shit. Oh. Paul, you better save him.
He gets my vote again.
All right.
Oh, shit. Oh, good. Whew. Benji, your ass gonna be grass around all these conservatives. You gotta be careful.
Hillary Clinton.
Oh, shit. Was that him?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay.
And I'm going to do it again.
All right.
Donald J. Trump. And he gets my vote again.
All right.
Hillary Clinton.
All right. First, Clinton. And that was Brandon. Not the answer I would have expected, but that means Brandon is a convert. Let's see how this news shakes up the fam.
Never again. Trump 2020.
Okay, Lucy?
Mr. Trump.
Hold on. We're going to have to make a distinction here. I'm going to put double checks by the people who say that they will vote again. So, I'm going to put an X and a check by Brandon since he voted for Clinton and did not like it.
Trump. I did not vote for Trump, and I will not.
Okay, so we have, last one was Lucy. Sarah's got some words.
Not be voting for him again. So I think I may be the only conservative on the panel who is not on the Trump train.
Do you want to tell me why?
I did not think Never Trumper was a thing that still existed, but we'd have a Never Trump, everybody.
I don't think Trump is a conservative. I don't even think he's a Republican. I don't think he's a person with fixed values of any kind. I think he's somebody who stood on the stage with Vladimir Putin and sided with him against our own intelligence community. I think he does not believe in human rights or civil rights. He and I share very few values. And even though I can say, do I support tax cuts or judges or some of the policy areas where I think I would overlap with some of my other Republican friends, this is a values question for me. And this is not an administration that reflects my values.
I totally disagree, but
yes.
I do.
All right, so Sarah might be a neocon. I don't know. I'm not sure. But Sarah might be a neocon. We'll see. Benji, lay it on us.
Do
That's
respect
okay,
you
sure.
and how you feel.
You said you still feel supported by President Trump? That you still...
won't vote for him again, though. I like...
Yep. Lucy voted yes for Trump, but will not vote again.
like what he's done, and I agree with a lot of his more financial decisions when it comes to our country. But, I mean, you're exactly right. His executive orders, they're not what we need. I don't believe the government should be so involved in our lives, and I don't think we need to be asking handouts from the government. So I'm going to be looking...
Ooh, that might get them in trouble with the rest of the family. You just said that you don't like entitlements. I feel there's a very large amount of the Democratic wing that's going to come for you. But let's keep going.
Looking for someone else for the 2020 elections.
I actually want to ask you guys, how do you feel about the Trump administration when it comes to LGBTQ folks?
Ah, shit. Here we go again. How do you feel about the Trump administration?
Do you feel that his policies have either helped or harmed the LGBTQ community?
I'd like to take that because I'm going to go back to the Reagan years, and
Yep.
there's a lot of
Elder
hatred
Gay on the spot.
of Ronald Reagan because he never addressed AIDS. That was a big crisis, and it was terrible. And I spent, days going to funerals and memorial services. Today, I think Donald Trump is really changing the Republican Party by working with the gay and lesbian community. He wasn't a racist or a homophobe until he ran for president. His best friend was Joan Rivers, who was like,
damn. David's calculating some shit. He's like, yeah. Actually, no, yeah, no. You want some shit.
like the patron saint of gays. If there was a homophobic drop of blood in him, we would have heard that 20 years ago.
I would push back and say he was a racist when Central Park
not.
5 happened.
Nope.
He's been a racist
Central
for a
Park
long
5
time.
happened. so I
Actually,
would say
no.
that.
I actually have here the op-ed
Advertisement, not op-ed.
that Trump put out about Central Park 5. There's nothing here mentioned about racism. If anything, he's talking about having a safe city for black and brown and white people. That's a narrative that keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed. And we're going to talk.
And
We
you
got to talk
bought
in place
that?
of
You
truth.
bought that?
This man, I
For real?
did.
You
I
did?
pulled
Okay.
up
Oh, shit. Now they're getting spicy. So, we have our elder gay telling us, yes, Trump has done the good. Trump did the good. And then I think we can establish from... Oh, actually, no, we can't establish on who voted for who, and I'm not going to assume those things. But then we establish that Caleb and David are very anti and skeptical. Yep. Cool. And we're going to go ahead and put a trademark next to that. Disbelieving. All right.
seats. That's what you got to do nowadays. So narrative. So and if we're gonna talk,
gotta
let's
put a
talk from a
soundbite
place
on
of
there,
truth.
right.
No, it's not. It's receipts on it.
Just
That's
buy
the
it. It's
thing.
not a receipt.
It's
How's
a
it a
receipt.
receipt?
It's a receipt.
How did he improve
Because
these?
you people
How
are
did he
saying that
improve
he.
Oh, shit. He's bringing up the you people.
By just saying it in the
You
flyer.
people.
That's enough proof for you?
No, you're saying no.
That's enough
You
proof for
people
you?
are saying
That's enough
that
proof
he
for you?
did this racial thing to Central Park 5. I'm putting out the actual op-ed, which is actually what we're talking.
Okay. Parentheses, gullible, question mark. it's an advertisement and not an op-ed, that doesn't exactly help his position with this argument. But Caleb and David have a point. Is that enough for you? Is that good enough for you? Benji's obvious answer is yes, it is. And I am going to side with Caleb and David here. You should be skeptical of your government. And you should be skeptical of your president. Let's go to the chat. That suit waited. Never Trumper still exist. Yeah, Bill Crystal's not pushing up Davies yet, so. Mariner hits us back with he's an NYC Dem. If the pantsuit fits, he's literally the first LGBT supportive president in U.S. history. Denied! Reagan was Satan, let's be fair. He likes many. It's the same shit as every other New York landowner. Echoes intentional, because they're going to tally about anti-Semitism somehow. We'll be talking about. Benji, please, they aren't worth it. He's at least trying. Yes, Benji is trying. The conversation so far is, how do you feel about the Trump admin? We went from, well, Reagan to Trump did good, to Caleb and David being skeptical, great snark, and disbelieving. I put gullible question mark because Benji has a point and they have a point. Their point is that enough to be good enough for you? Benji's over here with, yes, because here's what I think, and this is what I'm going to go with. It's not blind faith. He's not blind. He's been the most down-to-earth person outside of Paul. I don't see how he would be wrong. It's his lived truth. How could I deny it? And also, yes, that's 100% true. Obama did bomb enough children to make South African dictators blush. I'm pretty sure the ANC government asked him for trading tips on how to get the higher kill streak. And that is indeed a good question too. Who does care about shitty NYC practices from a frumpy billionaire? Other than those who would like to steal his money. Okay, let's keep going.
About, and there's nothing racial in here.
Well, when
it's
a
not
rich
in
white
here.
person takes out a article for $500,000 whatever dollars for 5 young black men, young boys actually, all under the age of 16 and 17, regardless of if it's racism or not.
Hold on now. Oh, that's a negative check. How is it? No, can't say that. Regardless of whether or not it's racist or not. Look at the optical implications. What do you mean? What do you mean, Caleb? How? Literally how? What the shit? Dropped it on my neck. What the shit? He at least has the actual advertisement in his hands. I understand. I'm more than understanding. I fully know what he's trying to imply here. The way he's communicating it. And how he's going for the racism angle. Abstract nothing. That's the sin. That's the egregious. That's what grinds my gear.
If they think that they're being racist or not, the perspective is that it's racist.
Victimhood, because that's how the left contains power, but sorry, there's nothing racial there.
Donnie, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, but I also don't feel like it's really my place to speak for this.
Well, I think if...
Ooh, damn, shit. Donnie wanted to comment, but Donnie could not comment. So, I'm gonna write down queens giving each other that heat. Donnie wanted to comment, but did not want to get that heat.
Sorry, just going back to the original question, which is, has the Trump administration's policies helped or harmed the LGBTQ community?
Trump does put out a lot of sound bites. I mean, that's politics. It's soundbite politics in 2019. But these sound bites actually inform policies, which inform people's day-to-day perceptions and behaviors. And so when the Trump administration, or perhaps just Trump via Twitter, puts out a statement saying that no more trans people are allowed in the military, that's it, we're cutting you off and anybody in's got to leave, that affects the lives of transgender citizens of this country. It makes us appear less than to other people who now can justify their bigotry and their transphobia because look at what the government does. Look at how the government treats transgender people or thinks of transgender people as being less than. If you're so less than that you can't even serve the country that you live in and go and fight and die so that we can continue to have these rights that everybody...
The sad thing is that because we're watching this from the future, because this was recorded in June 2017. Yes, June 27th of 2019. I am misspeaking all over the place. Because we are watching this from the future, we know that that bill was never actually introduced. And in fact, men, women, and the transgender will be able to go die for Uncle Sam, if they so wanted to. And they actually might, because they might actually institute a draft. World War III, everybody. World War III. However, Donnie does have a point. There are many people who are transphobic. Now, when I say many people, I'm not talking about there's a bigot behind every corner. No. There are people who are transphobic. There are people who hide it very, very well. They speak in language that's familiar. They use that language and they have been able to codify it and have those arguments on a regular basis. And they probably even have indoctrinated themselves and any person with them into thinking like they do while smiling and waving with the movement. But every person is not a transphobe. The world is not as dark as you think it is. That and stop assuming that Trump's Twitter is an incitement and an indulgement of what everybody in the world thinks. Yes, Trump is a buffoon. This has been established. He is many things on top of very well of understanding how to adapt to an audience that he has captive. But first and foremost, he is a political buffoon. Does it on purpose because he knows he can get away with it. Anytime he acts like a clown is actually good for him. So that's not really helping when you say, but look at what he tweets. Who fucking cares what he tweets? I care more about the policy and about what he does.
Says that we should have and we should celebrate, then, you know, how worthy are you? You're not worthy.
I think we need to have a more nuanced conversation in our community about military involvement, because I think about the politics of the folks at Stonewall, right? Like, Sylvia Rivera was staunchly anti-war, and I think we need to have a real conversation on how easy it is for us to jump into patriotism and jump into feeding this American imperialist machine so that we...
I'm sorry, excuse me? American imperialist machine? Ick fucking squeeze me? Where? Where in modern time? More importantly, that's not what patriotism means. Patriotism does not mean gung-ho, let's go fight in wars. It means I love my country. My country is great, and here are reasons why. It doesn't mean that it will always be justified. Hashtag China 2020. Worldwide superpower. China #1. But, it doesn't mean, it does not mean that. That is not what that means. Patriotism does not mean imperialist march. Patriotism means I have pride in my country because I am happy to be an American. The same way that would be to say that someone, like, say, Dev, short fat otaku, is a Canadian, and he is proud to be Canadian. Or, considering how I'm both, like how I am also, I'm a minority Frenchman, I am French, and I am proud to be French. Or Creole. Or African. Or any of the other multiculti things I belong to. Including part Muslim. Or Jewish. Or reared Catholic. Having pride in the very country which you live in is not the same, and I'm pretty sure that you implied it like that, as being a Nazi. That's not what that means. No, I don't know if that's how you meant it, but that's how you said it. I'm gonna need you to have to explain that one to me, Raquel, because I don't understand.
We can assimilate.
All right, 2020. Obviously, President Trump is running again, and there are about 50 billion Democrats running right now. Is anybody exciting you? Are you excited at all about the elections? And is there somebody that's standing out? I know it's early, but does anybody stand out right now?
You know,
Man, it's great that we know that so many people dropped out of the field. Oh boy. Alright. Do I have space on this page? No. How did they feel about the candidates? Dem candidates. Check the chat. Oh, God. Go all the way back up, back up. The surgery and procedures available to you at this time are inherently less than. I'm from a military family, and they already weren't deployed to combat zones. We ain't far enough along yet, because they wouldn't be able to continue their hormones. Yes, draft will never happen, trust me. I have trans friend, but I don't generally trust trans people because of my trans friends, funnily enough. Mainly because I've seen how much shit my friends get from other trans people, and having to talk with them about it. I should not have swallowed that yolk so fast. Oh no, I'm a bigot. That ain't America, honey. She means nationalism, which certainly isn't a fucking crime. China #4, Taiwan #1. correct. I only voted for Trump because the DNC candidate was literally Satan in a pantsuit. I can feel that.
no, I'd be happy with anyone.
Donnie, why'd you have to say it like that? Donnie would be happy with anyone. So for Donnie, their choices are probably going to either be potentially Bernie if he's able to get in, or Warren. Those are his. Well, I'd say his. Yes, his. Those are his choices.
Anyone.
I'd be happy with anyone who isn't Trump. I'm saying that as a joke. Let me specify. Let me make sure that everybody knows that's a joke before I get.
Okay, so that's a joke. That is a joke. Hee hee, ha ha, ho ho, ha ha.
Attacked. I think that it's really difficult to say this early on, for me, some of my front runners, none of them are perfect, of course. Elizabeth Warren, if I had to vote right now, would have my vote. Kamala Harris, Mayor Pete's adorable, but he's.
So, joking but serious, Warren, interesting pick. Kamala is out. Pete, I think Pete's still hanging in there.
He's not quite adorable enough, you know.
Yeah, my front runner right now is Senator Elizabeth Warren as well.
Okay. Caleb. Caleb was also for Warren.
Appreciate her approach on student loan debt because I got it.
Right.
Okay, we're gonna do a little quiz. We're gonna do a little quiz. Who thinks Caleb is a communist? I'm not sure yet, because technically I myself have student loans, but I'm not asking for anyone to pay them. So we're just gonna throw that one out there. Who thinks it?
Also, like her calling out the issues that Black transgender women are facing right now and not being afraid to say their names really meant a lot to me.
Yeah, but how much is that really important when we have proof that on fucking mic, Warren is name-checking one of the many trans people who I was mentioning earlier when I had questions about those statistics. One of those people, and I know this because I remember specifically looking it up in an article and having the, wait a minute, moment myself, and then having that confirmed again when I saw that same person being referenced, and when Sophia was talking about it. How much do they care? How much does Warren care when the names that they're name checking when they talk about things like trans murders and suicides are people who are part of the statistics because they were a death of natural causes?
So I'm watching her.
All right, David?
I think it's early. Someone was asking me that the other day, and I was thinking to myself, there's too many damn people. Like, I want it to be whittled down to like 5 or so, and then we can really go into the nuances. I do think
this is actually a very interesting take, because this was something that Styx Hexenhammer 666 said, and Styx's exact words were that there are way too many goddamn candidates, and that there would be people who would wait until there is less people in the field to be able to really say who they would be for. And David is one of those people.
I think Elizabeth Warren has a lot of pluses.
He also likes Elizabeth Warren.
I do hear this whole undercurrent about Joe Biden is going to be the only one who could, beat Trump and all this other stuff. I think Democrats are going to have to get over their issues and their egos, and they're going to have to work.
Oh shit, David said it.
Together, and I think it involves having like transgenerational and different genders and having other different races, other people like that in a ticket, instead of everyone trying to be the head honcho. Like, realize that probably 2 of y'all would be better. So I could see a combination of Elizabeth Warren and someone else, or Joe Biden and someone,
Stacey Abrams.
and Stacey Abrams, or someone.
Was Stacey Abrams running? I don't even remember.
Someone just younger. Like, it's exhausting. Like, Barack Obama was 47 when he was voted into office. Like, all these, and this is I'm not trying to be ageist or anything, but like, when all the candidates are like in their 70s, I'm kind of like, how long are you going to be around? What's going to happen?
This was also something that Styx said. This is actually one of the many things that Styx said. Trump right now, in his age, he is an older man, but he is not geriatric. Whereas Biden would be geriatric. You gotta love him and like him. But Bernie would be geriatric. I'm not exactly up to date on how old Warren is, but I'm sure she's somewhere in their range. they're at least over the age of 50. I'm not sure how many are over the age of 60 and how many are pushing 70 and 80. But they are up there in the age. They are past the halfway point of a century. As a candidate gets older, you begin to think more and more about if they're going to be able to serve their term and what will happen if they don't. So what happens if you vote someone in and they can't serve because their heart conks out? This was actually part of the reason why Sanders was losing in the polls, because he had himself an actual heart attack. That might not be accurate. I believe it was either an angina attack, which is not the same as a heart attack, but might as well just consider it to be the same. Health problems. Health problems make you lose steam in the polls. And back then, when you had people like Kamala Harris still in the field, he was not trending very high on his numbers because of the health scare that he had. It put him rationally out of not being noticed. And then Tulsi beat the dog shit out of Kamala.
And seriously, like, we need somebody with a little bit more youthful energy to bring in there. So I think a combination ticket, to me, would be better. But I do like Elizabeth Warren, just to echo what a lot of other people say.
I have a question that I want to ask of both Lucy and Sarah. You are the two people who lean conservative who've told me that you're not going to vote for Trump this year, in 2020. So what are you going to do?
What will you do if you don't vote Trump? Let's see, and Sarah vote for. I'm not sure about this one. What do you guys feel about it? Only voted Trump because DNC. I read that one. Adorable isn't a leadership trait. Are you shitting me? No, they are not. No, they are not shitting you. Trump's a celebrity, therefore he's unqualified. He's not cute enough to be president. Warren is less insane than Bernie, but Bernie is also a communist, so the floor is as low as possible. Yes. For what it's worth, at least Bernie's relatively more honest about what he is. He'll tell you flat out that he's a communist. Notice that those two are the only candidates asking for corporate reins, and they are also punished by the DNC in polling. He isn't releasing statistics on how he isn't what he says he is. As of August 19th, Stacey Abrams has ruled out a presidential run. Bernie almost beat Trump. That indeed. Hillary's massive ego ruined the DNC. DNC was already way ruined before any of that concerning Hillary. It got worse when she decided to fuck with the platform. The DNC had already been far beyond corrupt. Corrupt for years. It got worse. Oh yeah, in terms of the election. Oh, well, damn straight. 100%. You actually like the chaos Trump brought because he unintentionally shows how fucking unhinged the rest of the government is by their reactions? Yes! And I can be able to speak to that because I understand local government. Corruption, contrary to what is popular belief, does not come top down. It goes bottom up. Corrupt people who have a twinkle in their fucking eye get into local government. They then influence local politics and fuck things up. Then they stay in politics and climb from the local to the state, and then from the state potentially either into representation or into Congress. Whether or not they go to the federal level is to be undetermined. But if you want to know what corruption does when it's starting from the local to the federal, look at places no better than Chicago, Illinois. Look no better, yes, than Mitch McConnell. Look no further than a place like any place right now that is suffering from the kind of dumbass decisions and business and policy as what's going on in California. Any place where you see Californians fleeing to, like Arizona and Texas and Nevada and Utah, expect to see those things happen in about 5 to 10 years. Hell, start looking at the policies that are happening around the areas now and look at how purple they've become. Same difference. Alright, though. Let's see how they answer this question.
Find someone else.
Okay, and so far?
Find someone
I
else.
haven't really had anyone coming out. It's really early, too. But I suppose what I would say is I want to define who I would want to run as someone who's going to make sure that they're taking care of America first and trying to figure out our problems here.
Isn't that what Trump is completely about?
Look, I'm still very hopeful that we get a third-party option. I think Justin Amash is.
Justin Amash. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Something third party.
Thinking about potentially getting in, and there still may be another Republican primary challenger. I think before the end of the summer, we'll know whether or not somebody else is going to get in. I think somebody else should get in. I think someone should make a pitch for a 21st century Republican Party that isn't sort of built around a cult of personality around Donald Trump.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Something less culty. However, I find it weird that she says that. And I find it weird that she says that because you could say that for the 8 years of of Obama's presidency, he did run the White House and his administration with a cult of personality. It's one of the most cited points of his administration's failures. His refusal of being able to come to a table, sit down, and say, okay, what's the problem and how can I solve it? He would walk into a room full of both Democrats and Republicans, and he would surf over the issues. He would ignore the things that he didn't want to hear, to the things that he did want to hear. He'd say, all right, well, that's what I did. That's what I do. And then he would just waltz right the fuck back out with nothing solved. They was very explicit about this. It was part of that tell-all.
There's a lot of people who could do that, young Republican congressmen or other folks. If we don't get that and I'm forced into a binary choice between Trump and a Democrat, it's going to really depend on the Democrat. I'm never going to vote for Bernie Sanders. There's just no way. And I would probably vote for, my mom.
Write her in.
Yeah, that's right, write her in. But, here's the thing. Look, if it's somebody like Joe Biden, look, do I agree with Joe Biden on most issues? I do not. But I don't think that the world is going to...
Write that one down. Joe Biden.
be plunged into a socialist hellscape because of 4 years of Joe Biden. I think you can go back and beat him later with a future leader of the Republican Party who will make a lot more sense to me than Donald Trump.
Mayor Pete has been mentioned. Mayor Pete is gay. He's been on the cover of magazines with his husband. Does having somebody who's gay running right now, does that make you want to vote for him?
It cuts there, but I have the other video already queued up. Give it a second. Okay. Next question was, how does Pete running make you feel? All right. Who has questions? Because I have answers. So far, we have established, out of the people who we have here, that Paul, Zach, Benji, Blaine, Sarah, Lucy, and I'll say David, are being logical people. And I will say that Raquel and Caleb not. Then add Donnie to the list as well. I didn't really hear a lot from Jamie. So have don't know, don't care. Jamie goes there. Oh, Benji. And Brandon. Brandon goes into logical as well. Okay, so from our tally, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people logical, 2 people illogical, and until I know what Jamie basically thinks, she doesn't care. Excuse me, they don't care. Let's get into it though.
One of the reasons I walked away from the Democratic Party and liberalism is I am so fed.
Start from the top. This was the thing that got me in trouble again. This thing. I'll be right back. I need to go check on Le Parent. Don't bust that nut yet. My back is starting to kill me. So let's check the poll on Twitter. Live poll still going over strong. Not a lot of replies. Before we start this one, let me take this and update it. There you go. Like, just stop working casually. Always great. All right. This back on. Okay, so picking back up to it, we've gotten through questions such as, is Pride Month important? Are we done with equality within the queer community? Is there a fight to be had? What is queer really? With an answer ranging from slur to ID to word to anything, and that queer is the absence of cisgendered. Do you feel represented by the acronyms? Who did you vote for in 2016? Why did you vote for them? How do you feel about the Trump administration? Who do you feel is a strong 2020 Dem candidate? And who would Lucy and Sarah vote for? And now we are on to how does Pete Buttigieg, Buttigieg, where did I put my pen? I can't find it. Oh no! Oh, I'll find that in like 2 hours. That's why I have multiples. It's getting cold, so I gotta grab some blankets. Right back to it.
One of the reasons I walked away from the Democratic Party and liberalism is I am so fed up with identity politics. I am so fed up with political correctness. I am so fed up with all of, and everyone here has already said it, it's lack of policy, all identity.
Oh, that is a bold opener. I'm gonna respond to that when we're gonna get to it, but boy, do I got something percolating for that.
Mayor Pete has been mentioned. Mayor Pete is gay. He's been on the cover of magazines with his husband. Does having somebody who's gay running right now, does that make you want to vote for him?
I think you should vote on policy.
Okay. Elder Gay Paul says, vote on policy.
Get asked that question all the time. It's great to have a gay candidate. It'd be great to have a lesbian candidate or a trans candidate. I'm looking at the policy. Everything else is peripheral.
I could not care less. I mean, the fact that he is gay doesn't, I think there is such division in the...
So Jamie 100% doesn't care, so I identified them correctly.
LGBTQ or queer and trans, whatever you call it, community between gay and trans and cis. That doesn't mean he has my back as a trans person. That doesn't mean that he will have trans-affirming policy and support those most marginalized in the trans community. It means nothing to me that he is a gay person because he is also cis and he is also white, and he's holding all of those identities and experiences.
Okay, that just changed their answer's perspective entirely. So it's not that Jamie doesn't care, it's that Jamie wants to know what you will do for them lately.
At the same time. So I would love to see some firm policy proposals that include trans people and non-binary people. We haven't even talked about that yet, but I haven't seen that yet.
I don't know why I'm not more excited about him than I am. There's something missing.
I'm surprised that everybody is so anti-Pete. I mean, I know a lot of sort of Pete-curious conservatives who think he's,
Is that like bi-curious?
Yeah, I mean,
That is the most oppressed group.
and one of the main reasons is that I think he's very progressive, but he's tonally moderate. And I think even just listening to us, I mean, everybody's so angry all the time. To have somebody who is somewhat aspirational and who is trying to make a pitch for something
really likes him?
better and more, something more uniting. Like, why is that so terrible? I think it's nice.
One of the reasons I walked away from the Democratic Party and liberalism is I am so fed up with identity politics. I am so fed up with political correctness. I am so fed up with all of, and everyone here has already said it, it's lack of policy, all identity. And that's what he is. I mean, he's just a gay man with no ideas.
Okay.
I hate when
Ugh. 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 He is lobbing the body blows. Jesus. Jesus, Brandon. That is savage. That is savage, sir. However, he is speaking dead. He's speaking dead-ass truth. No substance, all flash.
a lot of conservative folks, well, not even just conservative folks, it's usually just white men across the aisle talk about identity
I knew
politics.
that was coming.
Because it's all identity politics, right? Like you.
Raquel hits back with some white. Anti-white. Narrative.
You all have been moving through the world with your lens as a white man, privileged in many different ways, and that informs your politics. I do have privilege. I have never said that I'm not privileged. I think we all.
He's G-checking her. He is throwing body blows.
I have the capacity
But you
to
speak about
oppress
white privilege
and be an
with such
oppressor.
spite.
But I don't have white privilege, right? So that's.
Okay. Raquel and Brandon getting into the heat.
That's exactly what we're talking about, right? I also don't have cis privilege, and I don't have your privilege as a man moving through the world. So, like, that matters.
You don't know my life. You don't know my experiences. You're making an assumption about my life and my experiences
I am not
based off of my skin color,
right?
based off of my sexual orientation.
I know.
And aren't we not supposed to be doing that?
Okay.
I know.
Aren't we not supposed to be doing that?
Right?
So Raquel just she just does. She said the loud part loud, guys. She said the loud part loud and got hotep about it too. Heat indeed. Heat indeed. Goddamn shit. I know y'all got some reactions to that shit. Damn, Mariner. Tell me how you really feel. I'm not reading that out loud because I know what Twitch will do if I read that. But goddamn.
White supremacy is real in our country.
Are we supposed to judge by the content of our character, not by the color of our skin?
Privilege is real in our country.
Now you're a
I would love your.
No, I'm not a victim. That's the point.
Anyway.
I would love to stick to the Mayor P question. Donnie?
I think having him out there and being visible is fantastic for the community. I have a nephew, a 12-year-old nephew, who is a little gay boy, And for him to be able to see that there is a gay man who is running for president is fantastic.
So that's meaningful to you?
It's meaningful to have him there, absolutely.
Okay.
I'd rather have a beer with him than vote for him, because he seems like you want to lean in and talk to him some more, you know, and his fabulous theater-loving husband, they sound great. But
I did not know that Pete Buttigieg was a theater gay.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that he's ready to run the country.
All right. So one thing that
Good for visibility, bad for office.
Jamie brought up was the terms non-binary and GNC, gender non-conforming. How does everybody here feel about the terms GNC, gender non-conforming, and non-binary?
How do you feel about that, Emby? How do you feel about NB and C?
And the fact that it often falls under the umbrella of LGBTQ. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Sure. So I identify as non-binary and trans at the same time. I believe non-binary is under the trans umbrella. Non-binary for me means that I don't identify as a man or a woman. I'm neither, I am both, I am beyond. And that has nothing to do with my body. My body does not inform my gender.
Okay. But it doesn't make you transcendent. It doesn't make you a special snowflake. Contrary to popular belief, it doesn't. It technically makes you a grifter. But more on that later.
I completely reject how non-binary people specifically have injected.
Okay, so Jamie feels transcendent. Claire outright rejects it.
Themselves into the trans label, because at the end of the day, I'm sure you're an amazing person. You and I have wildly different experiences. I am a transsexual. There's a medical basis for that. There's a scientific basis for that. And for non-binary, it's really not the case. I think that non-binary is more of a political term than anything else, which is why I've never met a non-binary Republican, non-binary libertarian. It's clearly an invention of the left in general. I also hate how non-binary people often, because they tend to be the loudest politically, they take over trans conversations. I often see non-binary people in the media and on YouTube and on social media deciding what is right for trans people and transsexuals. And I hate it because oftentimes it's not in alignment with most trans people I've actually met in my life.
So do you feel erased because of the term non-binary?
No one can erase me. Like I'm here, you know what I mean? But I mean, in terms of them taking over the conversation, oftentimes, yes. I think of a lot of the reasons why conservatives and people who are not in the LGBT community have a hard time understanding trans people, it often goes down to these talking points that were invented by non-binary people and people who are not trans, who their lived experience could not be any more different than mine. And so if it comes down to conversations about trans people, I just wish actual transsexuals were having them, and oftentimes it's activists who are non-binary.
I don't understand your argument that there's too much division, that we don't have shared life experiences, because among trans people, among binary trans people who may go through medical transition, there is so much variance. You are not a trans woman of color. You are not a poor trans woman. You have different experiences as a trans person that we need to talk about. We cannot parse out at the exact same time to have this conversation.
Yeah, everything's nuanced, but at the end of the day, there's a very fine line between someone who's a transsexual and grows up with gender dysphoria, grows up saving up that money to get the confirmation surgeries they need, going through coming out, going through the hardships that specifically transsexuals face. It is such a different life than someone who
You don't know my life. You don't know my experience with
you
gender
don't know
dysphoria.
we don't know each other's life. I'm not saying that, but but a lot of non-binary people do not. You can say you do, and that's fine. I completely believe you, but a lot of them do not. A lot of non-binary people are the people who argue that you don't need gender dysphoria to be trans. And to me, that makes absolutely no sense, because if you don't have that misalignment in your brain and misalignment in your body and within who you are, then trans really means nothing.
Well, I'm non-binary, and I've never made that argument. My support of the trans community always comes at me saying that their voices is important, and I'm listening majority of the time. I think the importance of allyship is just to be in the listen mode, and then I use my privilege when necessary if they say that I need to, because I know that I'm non-binary, I know that I'm gender expansive, but I know how I present at the same time. But you also made a point that you said that you don't understand how non-binary people are making decisions on behalf of transgender people. I think that number one, you did kind of erase Jamie's when they said that they are non-binary and trans. So let's start there. And I think that also we can say that about the whole Republican Party, where we have majority white cisgender men making decisions on behalf of everyone.
Do you have thoughts on this?
That's what she said.
I don't identify as non-binary. I can't speak to that lived experience, but there are so many non-binary people that I know who identify that way, who fit so much of the gender spectrum, if you will. I know very feminine folks, very masculine folks who are assigned female at birth, so folks who are assigned male at birth. Some people have had hormones but no surgeries, and some have had surgeries and no hormones. And I mean, I wouldn't know how else to describe that particular group without using the word non-binary, because that's the word that they use. To say, that the word non-binary is potentially a creation of the left to cause division, I can't necessarily.
It's a political term.
It is.
It's a political term. It was born out of gender studies classes. It wasn't born out of transsexual people saying, well, maybe this word works as well. And that is my point, is that I think you're the one that said that I was erasing you as trans. I am. Like, you're not trans. Like, there's a medical definition of being a transsexual and being.
But what if?
Okay. That is a harder blow than I would have expected. Blair hits Jamie with the medical terms for trans. I'm starting to pass out because I did not sleep very well. Blair calls out Jamie.
If those non-binary people do suffer from gender dysphoria?
Jamie, how you doing?
I mean, that doesn't make you trans to just suffer from gender dysphoria. Being trans is having gender dysphoria and acting upon it to live a life as a transsexual. I think that's different.
I'm going to stop you. Jamie, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Do you feel like talking? You don't have to. Okay.
Jamie pulls out the waterworks. Now, I understand where Jamie's coming from, but I also understand that there is a little bit I'm tasting the hint of eau de boo. And here's the reason why I think so. Now, I have the advantage of being able to be someone who's watching this from the future, who completely did not even know this existed. So, if we assess through here, Jamie has more or less stayed silent on almost every single question. Yeah. Jamie has more or less stayed quiet on every single question until it came to non-binary and gender non-conforming. Now, gender non-conforming, assessing their pronouns, is basically what they do. Like, if you use the terms non-binary and gender non-conforming, you apply them to Jamie. Jamie applies for every single part of them. However, whether or not they are real or fake tears, I understand why they would be upset. Because imagine if someone was to tell me, you're not black and or white and or any of the other things that you 100% are, and then continued to do that, and if I didn't have thicker skin, that would be something that would piss me off. 100%. However, it's still clear that Jamie is, like, really full shit. Carl, you can actually prove them wrong. Jamie can't. Yes, that's the other part, too. When it comes to identity politics, you can claim everything you want to under the sun until you're blue in the face. And even past then. And people will defend you. Because of course they can. But, when you are something... When someone tells me, when I have them dead to rights on a point, and they say, you couldn't know about that, you're not black, or you're not white. Because of my complexion, if someone was to tell me, you couldn't know about that because you'd have no experience of it, and I hit them with that, are you sure about that? And just flash the skin, that's more than enough proof in that case. But if someone was to tell me, you're not white, Carl, you'd have to define what do you mean. If you mean biologically white, yes, I am. If you were to say, you're colonizing white ideas, yes, I do. Because the ideas which we were given were European. How could I not? Should I not be intellectual? Because supposedly it's caping for the white man? How could you do about black? Stop it! Stop it! Your mother runs a salon? Really? I think you've told me that before. Percolating. I'm trying to recall it. I swear you've told me this before. But identity politics, you can claim whatever the fuck you want till you're blue in the face. At the end of the day, you have to nut up or shut up. That's what it becomes. Because if you claim you're something, and your terminology, your expressions, your politics do not align with those assumptions, you can end up doing what Jamie's doing here. I mean, mention olive oil, my ears perk up, so olive spray was not a hot sell. Softens my beard a lot. Okay, but see, that's olive oil in general, and a lot of people should use it. It's the shit. Let's see here. Blair calls out Jamie, and Jamie's pulling out the waterworks. See what happens next. We're almost done, guys.
Brendan?
Can I say really quick that even
I
the
mean, you can
terms
say that, but what's fucked
transsexual
up?
and transgender were made up, right? They were clinical terms in a lot of ways initially. So we can't use that as like a way of like demeaning people in our community. I mean,
Raquel! Raquel comes out the side of her neck with some bull. And I'm pulling bullshit on this. Because I can see what they're doing. I can see what Raquel's doing. If Blair says you will need these things in order to be able to call yourselves trans, you're not trans, you're gender non-conforming, that is fair. To then come back and say, but these words were made up. That's not a defense. That's not a defense. There's a whole lifestyle here that has to happen. Sadly, I am not the best spokesperson for that. 100% not. But I do know this. If you're going to call yourself trans, you should make attempts to appear as what it is you want to appear as. And if you're going to make that commitment, you cannot half in, half out that lifestyle. There ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. But really, what Raquel's doing here is that Raquel is trying to shame Blair. Blair is a bully.
I mean, it's really unfortunate that we have to do that when we know outside of this room, people don't see any of us or treat any of us with respect.
But you know why?
Well, that's a downright disrespectful lie. There are plenty of people who treat transgenders with respect. There are plenty of people who treat almost everybody with respect, myself being one of them. However, I feel like Blair is about to answer that question with what I was saying.
I think that a large reason why a lot of people do not understand trans people is because of non-binary and because of all these other identities that we've all talked about are constantly tacked onto the acronym that has always worked. Confuses it.
But how is it different when a cis woman tells you that you're not a woman, or for you to then tell Jamie that they're not trans?
Jamie?
Because they're not going through it. Because anybody can just say that they are that without having to basically get G-checked. That would be the first way. Why? Because it's one thing to say, I'm gender non-conforming, and I am going to wear these clothes that are feminine because that's how I feel. That's how I feel inside. You can go out and say that, and you can go out and keep claiming that. You can pose as it, but that doesn't mean that you about the life. It's like saying that you're a femboy, right? But you put in no amount of work to be feminine. No, you don't do your nails, you don't paint your nails, you don't dress in the style which a femboy would be accustomed to, but at the same time you're trying to take benefit of all of those things. Now, there is a point in there. If that was Blair's intention, wasn't, but let's just assume that it was. If Blair's intention was to demean Jamie and tell them that they are purity testing, only to turn around and then say the same purity test, yes, that would be bad. I have witnessed that happen. That is bad. But that's clearly not what happened there. Disagree or agree. There are people who grift. There are plenty of people who grift. Plenty of names. People like Secret Gamer Girl, for example. People like Pedantic Romantic. As much as you would like to defend the honor of those who feel this way, it's really up to
sitting down with them and having a conversation and figuring that the fuck out. That's the only way how. You have to talk to them. But if to say wholesale that you shouldn't question it, you shouldn't have ways of determining who is and who isn't. That's facetious. That's facetious on its face.
You have something to say.
Yes, I think this argument is absurd, this idea of you're creating more problems, you're creating more division, you're creating more confusion, because that same argument has been used by gays and lesbians against trans people.
Saying it sounds like another argument isn't an argument. It doesn't mean it's invalid. Saying
No, but
it
it's
sounds
the
like
exact same logic of saying, we're trying to
don't think
conform, we're
so.
trying to be part of the state, you are making this too complicated. And
That is basically the opposite of what they're saying. However, this too is another Dave Chappelle joke that would be better told by Dave Chappelle in his special Sticks and Stones. One could say that yes, all of the additional letters inside the acronym past Q is making the movement harder to support, because when you add more things to it, you end up having to find a way to differentiate between those things. You have to have that conversation to define those things. And if you're unwilling to define them, someone is going to be justified in questioning how much are you into said thing. It's just one of the things. You might feel bad if you have that conversation, but you have to have it. By default, you have to. Because if you don't explain it, no one can understand. And it's already hard enough. You've already seen the demonstration of infighting here. The logic will only go one way if you don't, which is people will make blind assumptions. That way belies the potential of more discrimination. So what would you rather have? The ability to have and answer those hard questions and ask those even harder questions about yourself? Or leave the door open and say, no, I don't have to defend myself. Because what happens if you don't is basically this shit right here. All of that is just from the first video. This is the new page for the second one. Like, it's going to go in a cycle, round and around a circle, as it spirals out of control. Because it's all just a part of the same purity spiral. Because if you say, no, you can't say that that I can't be trans because I also define myself as queer and gender non-conforming. Non-binary and gender non-conforming go that way. It does. If you're going to call yourself something like that, there is going to be a standard that someone's going to have to set. And someone's going to have to hold you to it. Whether it be an individual or a community. Medical terms and textbooks aside, because I don't like using textbooks, period. Not because I don't like text. Love history. There is a lot of history that goes around this argumentation. Goes all the way back to the 1950s, actually. And if you go back even further, religious doctrines and texts go back even further for Islam. Especially all the way back to Wahhabi Islamism. But that's a different conversation entirely. Point is, what's happening right now is the best visual representation of the kind of infighting that holds back the community. Because it's all tied back to identity and validation. You should not need the words to feel validated. Do you feel valid? Not the question of, are you represented enough to have the perception of your life being valid? Do you feel valid? If you can't answer the question on whether or not you personally feel valid, there's a good chance that the answer is no. Whatever happens after that is projection. Because you cannot come for others if you won't come for yourself first. Oh, that's a nasty joke. Anyways. You cannot come for others if you will not come for yourself.
You have to determine the answer for yourself before you can be able to answer that question for others. Because if you don't answer it for yourself, you will not be able to do the due diligence of answering it for others. And it will muddle the conversation, and it will dead end the conversation every single time it comes up. Something has to matter more. Either being honest to yourself matters more, or having the political power of having the word behind you and being able to weaponize it as a club matters more. Can't be both. Marin hit me with a large what. I'm not sure what the what was for.
In working with the state and working with the Trump administration in order to create inclusivity, you are erasing me and you're leaving me behind. I don't believe in a politic that leaves people behind. I say we start from the back, see who is the most marginalized, see what they need, and get their needs first, and then everyone moves forward at the exact same time.
That's not how that works. Because then it becomes a race to the bottom of who's the most oppressed. And the person who's the most oppressed will then always fight for who gets the most of the body politic. The body politic can't be decided by the minority. It should never be a purity spiral of who is the most weakened. Because of what I just demonstrated. I just explained it. If you believe in a body politic, that works by saying who's the most marginalized. Anyone can make an argument for how they're the most marginalized. How will you be able to quantify that marginalization? By how many laws you have in the book? By the perception of how people do or do not blindly accept you? Of how you can't go outside and have a person not laugh and scoff in your direction? Because anyone could make that argument. That way besets itself with infighting.
Do you all feel welcomed by the LGBTQ community?
Thank you, fuck Christ, she said it.
The LGBT community is very open to people
Also, hashtag Negrodamus.
who believe in the monolith that is known as the LGBT community.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think that they're accepting towards LGBT people with different viewpoints at all.
Okay.
I had a very interesting experience 2 weeks ago at Pride in West Hollywood. My husband and I were at a restaurant. I was wearing my hat. And within a minute or so, 2 women stormed our table and began cussing at me, yelling at me, screaming. And well, one question like, what do you think about gay marriage? And I said, well, this is my husband, so I'm for it. How about the way he treats Mexicans? And I said, my name is Ramirez, I'm Mexican-American. And it kind of shut them down, but then they continued to yell and scream and try to incite the restaurant against us. But I think that the intelligent conversations I've had via the MAGA hat have gone much further than the negative vitriol that is incited by others.
So it's also a conversation starter for
Yes.
you. Okay. All right. Raquel, do you have thoughts on this?
I mean, I think that there is merit in the conversation of not everyone feeling welcome. I don't always feel welcome as a Black trans woman in every space. I still think a lot of the spaces that we have that are designated LGBTQ are so dominated by white cis gay men who tend.
Oh, fucking Christ. The amount of anti-white rhetoric that's coming out of Raquel is giving me the heebs.
And to look a certain way and tend to move through the world in a certain way, right? And so I find my most power in spaces that are specifically for Black and brown trans folks. And
Oop, let me read that. Funny story, the most adamantly anti-Mexican immigration advocate I've met personally was a first-generation Mexican immigrant. His reasoning was essentially the drug cartels and that you'd get disappeared. Was it a case of I immigrated here the right way? They should have to wait in line, do the same procedures. Well, no, that was tactical asking the question, and it got answered. Alright, so for the answer of do you feel accepted, Blair's answer is a little bit all over the board, so I wrote down kinda. Paul's answer was kind of all over the board as well. He did say that he feels somewhat accepted, but the animus is what gets to him. So I wrote down sometimes, and I'm gonna go ahead and add that his politics are conversation starters. Or, no, icebreakers. Icebreakers is much shorter. And honestly, that's probably the best thing you could probably hope for when it comes to people and opinions. You know, you don't want your opinions to be immediately shut down. You want people to be able to hear you out. And the best way to do that is to not be antagonistic at first and just out of hand, out of pocket dismiss opinions and ideas. You want to be able to have the ability to converse. And in order to do that, you have to be willing to at least come halfway and hear them out and see where they're coming from. So icebreaker is good. And then Raquel hit us with that, not always, and then immediately went back into the anti-white rhetoric. Mariner hitting it up. Also living with my brother when he was in El Paso and having him explain how his unit was forbidden from entering Juarez because of the shit that goes down on there explains. That goes down there. The go note that goes on there. That is just the wrong there. That goes on there explains the reaction to the immigrant I met. It's entirely justified. Okay.
And I believe in that.
Donnie, how about you?
Navigating through the LGBT community has been very fascinating for me because I used to feel very comfortable in lesbian bars. And then when I started to present more masculine, that kind of went away. And actually one of my most recent experiences at a lesbian bar was being harassed and assaulted at a lesbian bar in New York City. So that was like this crazy shakeup of my whole life changing. And then, as I mentioned, I am married to a cisgender woman, and we were at Stonewall, of all places. And there was a table of I'm assuming, I'm making an assumption here, cis gay men there who saw us kiss, and it was like a cute little like, hi baby kiss. And we got the, ew, breeders, what are you doing at Stonewall thing? And it was like, wow, kid, you have no idea. First of all, I could have birthed you and, you know, have been fighting for, you know, liberation, gay liberation, queer liberation for longer than you've been around. But that's the assumption that they make based on what I look like now.
I can't believe that you've got 12 gay people here and nobody feels at home in the gay community. LGBTQIA community.
So basically, I think Sarah's answer there is a blanket no. No. For everyone. Because no one outright says that they feel accepted. And honestly, it is mind-blowing. It is very mind-blowing that no one in the panel feels accepted inside the community. This, too, is part of a very long time building video that I have on my docket that I need to release at some point. There is a couple of things that I'm missing. A couple of details, like this video in question, that I'm doing right now. That's going to be part of it. Part of my research into it. Because I wanted to know what I'd get out of this, so that I can be able to have proper research. That's why I'm writing everything down. If we go by the answers we have here, we have 5 answers, and if we do some math, 80% of the people who are communicating their opinions are communicating their opinions on the fact of personal experiences that they feel. Raquel is also, but because she keeps putting in anti-male rhetoric, I keep discounting it, especially since it's anti-white rhetoric. 4 out of 5, 80% of people who chose to deign an answer is actually a big telling number. Because if every answer that's given is essentially yes, but, or kinda, and here's why, and the answer with anecdotes, it becomes very clear that by that logic, if Sarah can basically get everybody to agree that, yeah, that's how we feel, basically, it means
Potentially, because this is June 28th. This was June 28th of last year. So let's count and say plus 7 months later. Nothing fucking changed. People still don't feel fully welcome. People are directly outwardly antagonistic because they don't feel secure in their own self. Hostilities turning not just on each other, but hostilities also turning outwards towards those that just want to be able to understand. And then inwards on people who may be like-minded or might slightly disagree because they don't blindly walk in lockstep. That's very telling. I can't remember when I made the tweet, but I do remember the tweet in question. It was a tweet that I wrote in response and reply to someone. Matter of fact, let me look it up right now, because I remember what I said. I said, "Do you feel valid?" When was that? Was that in December? Was that November? I said that. Yes, that was December. That was Christmas Day. Tell me, do you feel valid? Not screaming like that, you're not. Come join our side, we won't shout you down or make you feel like a caged animal begging for your life and relevance. And that was in reply to the tweet that was screaming, asexuality is fucking valid, asexuality is fucking valid, asexuality is fucking valid and part of the LGBT community. Come fucking fight me if you disagree. Argumentative shit like that. The likes and retweets on that tweet of mine is irrelevant to the point here. The fact that I had the temerity and sense of mind there to say that, and that the same sentiments are being said here in a Vice video, no less, where I expect the most propaganda. Oop, I accidentally ripped it. The most propaganda. The fact that this is coming out here makes me believe that I'm honest into some shit. Because if no one feels valid, imagine how that amplifies their emotions about everything else. Right? Because insecurity of oneself affects everyone equally. It's not a gender thing, it's not a politic thing, it's humanity. It is a human thing. It is natural. It is a natural emotion and state of being. Though it should be temporary. Because one of the things you should do is eventually become, comfortable in your body. Whew, but goddamn, I'm learning a lot. I am learning a lot, and I'm having a couple of my thoughts confirmed here. Did I switch to Brave? Yes, I have Brave as a browser. I like Brave. Cause y'all is our fucking extra. Yes, the LGBT community is very extra. There are people in it who are extra. I know I'm extra. Sometimes that's just because I choose to be audacious. Sometimes that's because I choose to be a dick. Sometimes I can't help it. It's just who I am. But yep, it is what it is. All right, let's keep going.
I think that speaks to, look, each of us has our own individual experiences, right? We're all humans who just want to live in the world and be accepted for who we are. And that was sort of what the community used to be. And I think part of what we're suffering from is the difference between what it meant to be a community of people that was all across the spectrum to being a shoehorned into a political movement. The idea that we all have to row in the same direction politically, is I think a problem for us as a community.
Are there any...
Say it again, Sarah!
The idea that we all have to row in the same direction politically, is I think a problem for us as a community.
Are there...
That one is all the way in the back. That's especially for the you can't be neutral on a moving train head asses.
That shit. That shit is the most annoying shit. Because Sarah's 100% right. 100% right. It went from being about a group of people that stood in solidarity with each other when they were literally fighting for their survival to becoming a political movement of a purity spiraling infight between who can get the most points and the most resources. Inevitably, if it continues infighting, the only people who will be able to claim security and finance and order and all this shit is whoever the fuck has the most resources, and whoever that has the most resources, whoever feels that they are the most victimized and thus the most deserving. There have been plenty of videos that have demonstrated this. Like Dr. Rambercan did a video like this. I'm probably going to end up doing a video like this within the month of February. I have no idea. We're going to find out. But this is shit. This is some real shit. Sarah's saying some real shit here. But how many people go and listen?
Any questions that you would like to ask each other?
If I could ask a question to Blair, just to...
Oh, here we fucking go.
Close too. I'm curious what you think about the gender binary. As a trans person who has experienced dysphoria, and I also experienced dysphoria, and I think the root of dysphoria and these feelings of transness is because there is a binary, because there is a limiting construct, social construct that tells people they can be one thing or the other. They can be feminine.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. No, the fuck there is not. The binary exists to distinguish between two existent states. Male, female. When you have dysphoria and you wish to go from one state and transition to the other, that is transgenderism. Male to female, female to male. If you feel that you are trans, you wish to go from one to the other. Within that spectrum of male and female, then becomes the thing that you will then reference to as your supposed queer spectrum. Whatever word they're using about it. The spectrum of sexuality and whatnot. You could be monotheistic about it. You could be polytheistic about it. You could be downright cultural Marxist about it. But male and female are not the only things that are there. The binary does not exist for you to define yourself rigidly by it. It exists so that everybody has an equal standard to differentiate from. It is a ruler. Instead of using it like a ruler, you are using it like a compass. Get yourself together! Whatever you choose, you remain indelibly... whatever you choose, you remain indelibly Carl. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And that's the point of what I'm trying to say. Because there are some people that are going to be saying, like, what the fuck are you saying, Carl? Oh, I said what I said. I said what I said. Regardless of how you express yourself, of what you feel inside, you have, because I'm not that thing they're going to call me. Because if you feel that you need to put yourself in a box between two things on the binary, it means you're not thinking about it. And if you call yourself gender nonconforming because you strictly want to buck the trend of the binary, you have to think a little bit more broader, darling. Because metrosexuality had been a thing since the 90s. Quite literally. The year 1992, 2 years before I was born. Deep lore about... Here's some deep lore y'all's about to get. When I was a wee little babe in kindergarten, I had a kindergarten teacher. Name was Bruno. He was as gay as the sun is yellow and shines. This man probably struggled for a while with the idea of a binary. Because despite being probably the most masculine body type a man could have while still being gay and attractive enough that women could walk up and mistake him as such, he did not dress like a gay man. Well, that depends on how you feel about Hawaiian print, but the point is, he did not dress like what he looked like. In this day and age, it has changed from what you dress like to what you conform and how you present and how you act as. If you don't feel comfortable presenting yourself the way that you choose to, you have to ask yourself, what is it about you that you're not feeling comfortable about? I feel like at this point I'm repeating and retreading already covered ground, but it bears repeating because it's very important. The distinction is palpable. You have to decide what you are and what you're not. And when you understand who you are, you'll understand what you're not. You won't be so fucking held back by a supposed binary. You'll instead just go with what feels good, what feels comfortable. If you feel comfortable like that, but you still feel insecure about it, well, that's a personal problem. Nothing I can do to help that. Only you can. There's no amount of pronouns and no amount of laws on a book that will help you feel valid if you don't feel valid yourself. You have to choose for your own self what is and what is not okay. Until you do that, nobody can help you. Not your friends, not your family, not the government, not your doctors, not your life partners, not even your own kids, if you have children. And that's depending on how you feel about birthing, or how you specifically feel about adoption and familial bonds. The point is, blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, and by it you shall be purged. Or purified. Take your pick.
Or masculine. And I think as a non-binary person, non-binary people are actually in the front lines of deconstructing that binary and breaking down those systems of limitation and restriction that I think will allow all of us to be freer. So I'm just curious, like, what truly is your...
I don't believe that. I don't believe that gender non-conforming people are in the front of their lines of breaking down those barriers. Because the people who are most often in the front lines of said war are people who are trying to grift off that identity. Another video that's in the makings, by the way. Expect that one to be out this, technically sometime this week or next week. That one shouldn't take me very long, since I have everything that I need for it. But I have to decide how I want to visualize the question, and also the answers I'm going to give on it. What I will say to it is, there are some people who are 100%. People like Buck Angel, for example, a female to male. That is 100% one of the people who is that. That is something that I believe. But when you get past that, it becomes a more interesting question, which is how much of that is for their own benefit, and how much of that is because of their altruism. For example, Brianna Wu. Rihanna spent a lot of time trying to line her pockets. Zoe Quinn spent a lot of time trying to line her pockets. People like that in that movement right now. Spending a lot of time trying to grift like that. And there are grifters who do that. Again, pedantic romantic comes to mind. There are plenty more than her. But plenty exist. Can't just claim that and presuppose it to be true. I know that it's not true. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Problem with me because I'm fighting for you.
I don't have a problem with you personally. I don't know anything about your life personally.
Hold on. Tactical. Isn't the ones in the front lines in a military conflict who end up being the bullet sponges and the shrapnel catchers for the rest? Yes! And as Jamie's already said, Jamie believes that the people who are leading the fight are also people who are being the most marginalized. I'd say that in your specific metaphor, it's the grifters who directly get a second, third, fourth chance by sacrificing those hapless frontliners. Yes, I was about to explain that. By Jamie's own logic, says the notes, because I have them. In Jamie's own logic, Jamie expressly said that they do not feel, that they feel specifically invisible, they feel that they are not covered, and that they're not being supported. If at all, or not as much. And by their logic, with their own words, they would prefer to have a system and a method of shipping those resources, those benefits, that help, that outreach, to the back, to the most marginalized person. Now, if Jamie considers himself to be more marginalized than anyone here, so much so that they would be able to stand up and say, I deserve it more, that is part of that purity spiral to the bottom, which is the highlight of the point I was making earlier. If the people in the back deserve the most, and yet Jamie's going to also say they're doing the most in the front line, any person who's standing ahead of them, they're going to see as a competitor and an enemy. Because the goal is that they want to stay in the back so they get the benefits. But they claim that they also want to be the ones heading the front line as the stunning and brave folk that they claim that they are. Some are, some aren't. Just making a statement. They want to be in the back and get the benefits. But they also want to claim the righteousness, the privilege that comes with saying that they are part of the front lines. But if they're not, if they're bringing up the rear and they're not actually in the front, none of what Jamie's saying here actually matters. Because it is inevitably a grift. Every single time someone else gets taken out for this supposed pushing of the ideology and belief, and the more that you choose to stay back there, even if you've been helped, or even if people are helping you, that will inevitably lead to a place where people are going to start asking, what have you done lately? What have you done for the movement? Because remember, you can't be neutral on a moving train. You always have to be for that side. You always have to be for that idea. And if you're not pushing and forwarding those ideas, what are you doing? This is what happens when you have Jamie's logic. Where do you go from there? The only way to go up is to use other people as a thing to climb on the mountain to say, look at me, I'm the most helpless. But at the same time, if you're climbing over their bodies, metaphorical ones or not, something has to change. Something has to give. What gives first? Someone else's weak ankles? Or the entitlement to believe that you are the most devout and that you are the most sovereign? What have you done for me, the movement, dear leader, lately? That way lies cult mentality. Yes, it does. And that's what Jamie's pushing there. Because that's what happens when you say the person who needs the most resources is the person who's the most marginalized. I disagree highly and heavily. Do they need help? Yes. Do they need the most help? Depends. What's the situation? What's the context? What kind of help do they need? Financial? Emotional? Sexual? Political? What kind of support are we talking about here? What kind of activism needs to be done for you to be laudable and eligible for said support? Who are you willing to undercut to prove that you deserve it more? Are you going to do that even when you don't deserve it? Food for thought.
I would say what you said then about breaking down the binary, but you're kind of just automatically assuming that that is in the best interest of trans people, and then that's what trans people want. I personally have never met a transsexual or trans woman who thinks that that is the way to go in terms of getting acceptance from the larger community. Okay, hi, you're the first one. You're the first one.
I do think you're misunderstanding what I say when I say break the binary. I don't say like get rid of femininity, get rid of masculinity, get rid of women, get rid of men. I'm not saying that whatsoever. I'm saying open up the options, let people be and live and exist as their full authentic selves.
People can already do that. You can do that right now. You can do that right now, Jamie. You're already doing it, Jamie. Who's stopping you, Jamie? Who's in your way?
Out of these limits.
I'm not here to limit anyone's options or say that you can't call yourself what you want.
Well,
I mean, I have
earlier that I'm not
let me
trans.
roll it back. I have.
There's a difference between calling yourself something and certifiably being that thing. When Blair says you're not trans, technically you could say yes, she's saying that you can't be that. But that's not what Blair's saying. Blair is saying is that you can take the identity all you want, but if there is no substance behind the flair, it's not the same. And that's true. There are gonna be plenty of people who are gonna be permanently mad 24, but that is what Blair said earlier. If you consider it them denying your experience and denying your humanity, that is again a personal problem, one that you have to talk out. Which basically you could say that this is them talking it out. This is Blair and Jamie having that conversation. The problem is that the conversation is not private. It's a panel question, and it becomes less an understanding of mutual self and instead apologetics. This is why I said what Jamie was doing was very, very on the nose and was very sus. This is sus as fuck. Because Jamie knows what position they are in. They know what they're doing. This is a power play. A power play in action. Linguistics 101, ladies and gentlemen. Best definition you're going to get for what it looks like. We all know that it's cognitive dissonance. There are some that might disagree. But this is cognitive dissonance in function. How do you feel about the binary? I don't think that we should try to break the binary. But I'm not saying we should break the binary. I'm saying we should open it up. But it is open. But you were telling me that I couldn't be these things. That's victimization. 101. It's a guilt trip. And it's also a very lazy Kafka trap. Very, very lazy Kafka trap. Because the logic goes very simple. If you want to define transgender as you have dysphoria, you wish to be the other gender, therefore you will change yourself to fit the image you have in your mind for what you want to look like, what you feel you are, and you want what is in yourself to match what is on your outside. If that requires surgeries, if that requires putting in the effort to appear and to attempt to pass, again, I am not the best spokesperson for this, so I am doing my goddamn best. God forbid somebody bring this up and try to take it out of context for fucking content. But you have to have these things. Sure, it's not a rigid checklist, but that's the first step on the list. You have to attempt and you gotta be about that life. If you're not about that life, you cannot claim it. It's theft. It's not yours. You didn't earn it. You took it from someone else. That's what Jamie's doing to Blair here. Jamie is asserting themselves over Blair by attempting to make Blair bend the knee by trying to win an ideological argument. Because it is an ideological argument. Both in that it is an ideological argument in formation in the head, and that this is something that is personal to the person's perception of themselves, and how they express themselves, and how they carry themselves, and how they self-rationalize what they choose to say they are, or what they choose to say that they aren't. Just me. Just an observation.
An issue with trans people people that are not trans saying they're trans when they're not. That's what I have an issue with.
By your definition of trans. Okay.
Because I don't have an issue with the non-binary label besides me thinking, okay, there's not really a ton of science behind it. That's fine. I don't like how in the beginning you said that non-binary, you consider that to also be trans, and that falls under trans. Because I think that hold on. Because I think that again dilutes the message. It demedicalizes it, which I think is very, very bad for trans people. I think
non-binary people need medical intervention as well. We need healthcare. We need
and
non-binary.
that's fine, but that's fine. And that's why I would say that I would hope that you guys would, if you're going to advocate for that, do it on behalf of yourselves and not try to squeeze into the T label, a label that historically we've.
Thank you, Blair. Blair is saying exactly what I just said. Define it for yourselves and figure it out.
Are still trying to get people to just understand and be halfway okay with. And it doesn't help when 97 genders are squeezed into the T label. Because at the end of the day, being trans is about, for most trans people, it is about, I was born as a boy, born as a girl, and I identify as the other. And what I find oftentimes is this conversation, a really good example of how non-binary people really dominate the conversation about being trans is that I will get comments sometimes on my Instagram, people accusing me of believing in 97 genders and all those sort of things that are touted by non-binary people just because I'm trans. That's a good example of how people don't know what trans is then, because trans people are transitioning from one to the other.
I mean, this is a conversation.
Thank you, Blair. Negrodonis.
About language too, because you're saying most trans people understand transness as M to F, F to M as a binary. If you actually look at research, 50% of trans youth identify as non-binary. That it's a growing community.
Trans youth. Trans youth identify as non-binary because the majority of the trans youth are still trying to figure out what they are. If I was the one controlling those numbers, I would not try to count them amongst the highest of the no, because that number can change on the fly, like that. A teenage girl who watches Scott Pilgrim can feel queer one day, and because they decided to see that one kissing scene, changes their mind on the fly tomorrow. One day she's kissing boys, the next day she's kissing girls. One day he's kissing boys, the next day he's kissing girls and boys at the same damn time. You don't know. You have to learn. They have to have time. You can't just take the youth and use them as a tool for your propaganda. That's propaganda. You did a bad argument. And you tried to use numbers for it too. Shame. Shame, Jamie.
Because you guys are forcing it to be.
Nobody is
we are giving
It's
people,
the
I believe we are giving people options to express
It's also
themselves
cis and
in
trans.
free.
But they were
or
always
gender
there.
Stuff like that. Like
You're
cis
not
being
doing
the same
anything
trans
new.
opposite.
Non-binary feelings have existed forever.
Agreed.
We now have
There's
language
nothing
to talk
new about what
it.
you're doing.
Okay, two things. Yes, they have existed forever. Non-binary has existed forever. It was originally the first intonations of what queer is meant to be. However, they do not have they don't have a monopoly on it. 100% they do not. 100%. Like, all of this shit right here is proof of it. They don't have a monopoly on it because all of this could be made the exact same way for all of these other standings here. The same argument that could be made for non-binary and queer is the same thing that you can make for gay. It's the same thing you can make for pansexual and bisexual. Don't think I didn't forget about that. Oh boy, I didn't forget. Because the same argument about pansexual and bisexual exists historically, as well as proven medical data. I have the fucking studies there. I have them. I could probably make a video about them. I probably should, but not today, not this week. The same argument can be made about pansexual, as can be made about bisexual, as could be made about trans, both male to female and female to male. Same argument could be made for non-binary and for gender non-conforming. Same thing could be made for gay. Same thing could be made for lesbian. Same thing could be made for heteroromantic omnisexual.
The argument exists for it in all cases. All of these things have existed somewhere in some form, more often than not guaranteed. It's just that what we call pansexual now is exactly what I just said, which is heteroromantic omnisexual. Picking and choosing whom which you want to relate to. It's always been there. Historic ancient cities and modern day politic have been unified on this. You don't have a monopoly on these words. You don't have a monopoly on that suggestion. It's not that it hasn't existed. It's that you have now gotten the ability to be able to dominate the conversation and take control of it and take away from it. Ever since the conversation shifted to the wheelhouse of Jamie, Jamie has absolutely dominated the conversation to the point that Raquel and Khalib have allowed them the floor to speak on their behalf, despite being, outside of Blair themselves and also Donnie, the other trans people and the other non-binary people, queer people, that have identified that have this position of the argument. Which, by the way, that means that Jamie's 100% going from the I don't care to the I don't know position to the illogical position, which is very interesting. This means that basically everybody else is against them. That is a weird outcome, but it's to be expected. So, from what we've learned here, just upon the assertion of this, we can come to understand that out of the people who have their head on their shoulders when it comes to this topic, at least in this panel debate, is Donnie and Brandon and Paul and Zach and Benji and Blaine and Sarah and Lucy and David. They may disagree vehemently on other subjects, but all of them very clearly are dead fucking lockstep on this. They are jackbooting all over Jamie's shit here. Because Jamie is 100% wrong when it comes to that. Especially when it comes to, we've always been here, but we've only now had the language. No. You sabotaged the language. That's what it was. You hijacked the language. And I'm pretty sure what he's about to say is about to confirm that.
You've just made it political.
I think that you have a very narrow definition of what trans is, and that could be respected, but that just doesn't work for people. You generalize a lot of trans people. You said for most trans people, and then I'll look to my left.
Generalizing would say all.
I'm almost finished.
Generalizing would say all, Khalib. Generalizing would say all. Using a single case example of Raquel, or even using a single case example of Jamie inside the panel. One of, again, 4 trans people. If we go by the numbers here, there's half. Half of the people there now are trans. 2 of them, counting Donnie and Blair, are presenting as the gender that they identify as, for the most part. If you add yourself to make 5, despite the fact that you have identified yourself as a non-binary queer, and Raquel has identified themselves as a black queer trans woman, if you turn and say, well, here's an example to say that I don't agree with you, that's still 50-50. Do you math? That's not a generalization. Because if we go by the numbers, Donnie represents somebody who has come across and has transcended from one thing to another. Not just transitioned, transcended. Because they were once lesbian and then became a trans man. That's 25%. Blair, absolutely almost everybody who's ever heard of Blair White should know her story. That's 50. If you choose to add Jamie in there, especially with the trans femme, that goes to 75. Because Jamie is obviously attempting to present as close as possible to feminine. Body posture, feminine. Clothes,
feminine. Hair, feminine. Jaw structure is not doing you any favors, but you trying. You're trying. You even crossing your legs. Obviously, Jamie is presenting, or at least trying to, pass as feminine. Now, how much of that is them choosing to be non-binary and also a femboy is to be determined. But they explicitly use the word gender non-conforming and trans femme and asexual. So what I could be seeing quite literally could be rationalized to be but not to be. It is Schrodinger's transitioning. They are both trans and not trans at the same time, and they get to decide which one they are at any given Sunday. Does no one else realize how confusing that is? Because if we truly go through that, and if we take Jamie out of that number goes down from 5 to 4. And concerning that Khalib is just all over the place. When Khalib turns around and says, well, here's an example to prove my case, we now go down from 75% with 1 contrary to your favor, so 1 abstained, to 2 against, 1 for, with 1 advocate, because you don't count. It throws it all in fucking chaos. Because you're claiming a generalization that doesn't exist, with a generalization that doesn't make sense. Because now you're taking a fringe case and you're using it to define the rule. That's not how you use that. You don't use exceptions to define the rule. The rule exists so that you can recognize the exceptions. Raquel would be the exception here. You could also include Jamie there. Jamie 100% would be an exception, to the point that it could be not just an exception, but an exclusion to the rule. Because it exists in a nebulous place that you cannot define until they define it. And considering they use the word asexual, it can't be defined. Because then there is no gender there to be assigned to begin with anyways. Thus, the logic comes crawling in back around again and divides by 0 once more. It's nonsensical. It's the most abstract you can get on the greatest form of abstract. It's the equivalent of it is watching water and watching a big old plunker swirl around the drain for about 5 hours. It's an asymptote. The further you try to define it, the ever closer you will reach to never defining it. Actually, no, that's worse. It's an electron cloud. If we know where it is in the cloud, we know that it's not there. If we know that it's not there, we can never then be able to determine in the cloud other than knowing that it exists there. To define it and to discover it removes the ability to understand it. My head hurts. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Yes, exactly, tactical. By attempting to observe it, it gets altered. If it is declared as a state of an altered being, shout out to Altered Beast, one of the best games on the Genesis Mega Drive platform. Everybody should play it. If you attempt to alter the very nature of that very coagulant beast, it fucks with the entire system. Which is why the definitions exist. It's why the language exists. It's also why the counter-narrative rhetoric exists. If anything, the last 5-ish minutes of this video is rhetoric demonstrated, observed, and executed perfectly on how to hijack an argument. It's flabbergasting. Honestly, really. I am speechless.
And I looked to my left, and she was like, well, she doesn't agree with you. And also, all of my trans sisters and all my trans brothers that I have in my life.
Relevant to this conversation. It's more important to the greater experience. But in this panel, right here, right now, for the point that you are trying to make, irrelevant.
support me, and they know I support them, and they want me to come along with them on this journey as a non-binary person, because they know that in order for any of us to be free, we all have to be free. So that's where my perspective is. So I know
you
your
are
perspective
free.
is different. Thank you for
Yeah,
that.
you're
Thank
free.
you, darling. Thank you, darling.
All
I
right.
appreciate that. Don't tell me what I am.
Good.
I know that.
Oh, the sass. The sass is the thing that kills me. It's the attitude and the sass, especially with those two. The most dislikable people on the panel. They are more dislikable than Jamie. I don't know how that's possible, but it is.
This conversation has been hard for some people. I know that you're probably going to go home and you're going to think about this. And I want to thank you for being here, because it's not everybody who's willing to engage in these kinds of conversations. This is a difficult thing to do. And I have immense respect for each and every one of you for showing up. I really do. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're going to wrap this up.
you.
Oh my God, I missed my pants. Jesus Christ.
Nice meeting you. Yeah. Zachary. Oh God, I didn't even ask. Yeah, sure.
Oh, ain't that nice? Yeah, this is good. This is great. This is nice. This is nice. And yes, very clearly, you can tell by the people here. Donnie, down in the ditch with our boy. Our guy. Our guy. Our guy. And yes, Raquel 100% supporting Jamie. This is also nice. Some people gonna be out there, but I'm not a train of hate. I'm not a train of hate. But yeah, damn, shit, fuck. There are a lot of things to talk about here. Lots of things to talk about. Where to begin? Where to begin? Other than with the notes, which I hope I didn't rip up by throwing on the ground. Yeah, I did. It's almost all the way off the page now. I'm gonna have to get some tape for this. Alright, first page. That goes up there when I need it later. Actually, where's my folder? I'll put it in the folder right now. This goes in my notes folder. And my notes folder is Yu-Gi-Oh! First season. Only. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, where to even begin? Where to even begin? There are some questions I think they should have asked. Some of the first questions that I would have asked would have been, what in the lifestyle of the rainbow sexuality, the LGBT community, what lifestyles are looked down upon? How do people feel when it comes to different walks of life and the amount of romantic and domestic abuse that goes about in all places? What is the likelihood? What is the number? Because honestly, I expected that to come up. I expected them to talk about the rate of violence inside of, say, the lesbian community. The amount of violence that one would expect inside of trans relationships. Whether or not a person should discuss and identify and inform their partner of their status. Because these are questions that come up all the time on Twitter.com. This shit happens every single Tuesday. And sometimes twice on Friday. I'm not saying they dropped the ball. What I am saying is I have questions. And I'd like some answers. All I'm saying. But that is the end of the video, and thus the end of our time. Thank you for everybody who came. If you don't know my name, I'm Carl. You can find me here on my channels, both channels. I want to take a nap. So, I will see you guys next time. Mwah. Good night, everybody. Please remember to follow the streams. Try to subscribe to the channels. And stay tuned, because I have a video that I will be dropping tomorrow. I don't know when I'm going to schedule it, but it will be out. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Goodbye.